You're going crazy.
And you tell me that now.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
Let's get this thing started, shall we? How's it going, everybody? We are here after this rough loss to Washington. And I gotta tell you, man, this game ain't it. We choked. But before we get heavily into it, and before we get started here, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. If you like the video, if you like the stream, if you like the content. Also, be sure to check out the Facebook page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, reactions, and NFL news reactions. Let's jump into it. All right. Just so you guys know, Zoom chat will be open for the last games of the season. So if you guys want to watch the game with me, I'll be posting the ID and the password every Sunday right before game time. So be sure to check the Facebook page if you'd like to know that information and would like to join me and my friend LD, who has been hanging out with me every game. And I appreciate him being there, man. So, appreciate y'all, man. Alright, so we get some real quick shout outs in here on Facebook, and then we will jump in. Shout out to LD, shout out to Corey McKinney. Because the live chat is what it is, I can barely see people's names. So shout out to Joshua Rogers. Shout out to Sean. How y'all doing today? Yeah, tough loss, man. Tough loss. We're going to go over what it's going to take for us to make the playoffs, but it's going to take a lot. We're going to have to go through several hoops, man. Several hoops, and we're going to have at least half a dozen teams help us out. We dug ourselves a grave by losing this game. If you still want a playoff spot. Honestly, I don't see it, but we'll talk about it, man. We'll get there. First off, shout out to Pamela, who's always in my streams. How you doing? We need some W's. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. But I think it's too little too late now, unfortunately. But maybe there might be that 5% slim chance. But we'll see. So to read out Corey McKinney's message here, and it just went away because Facebook chat is what it is. Let's see. Let's see if I can get it pulled back up. Oh, Lord. I can't do chat on this phone, man. I can't do it. Because every time I try to do it, read off chat messages, somebody posts something else. And it's just a scrolling thing and it just messes up. But it was gonna be a good long message and I apologize if I can't read it out. But yeah. Uh the defense has not been effective enough in getting pressures. I realized he had half a sack today, but otherwise it's been relatively quiet. I mean, that's all I'm able to read off because it just. Okay, there we go. And Jackson couldn't quite contain McLaurin today. You ain't lying. McLaurin had a field day on him today. Dante chose a bad game to get lazy in. He chose a bad game. Defense didn't show up like they used to. That is so true. When we get into the numbers, I'm going to show you why this is not the pass rushing's fault. Today's loss was not on them. And y'all kept seeing it throughout the game. We had about, 3 sacks, at least half a dozen pressures. And, we did the best we could to put Taylor Heineke on his heels. But the man was just throwing some darts today. I mean, point blank, the man was throwing some Matt Ryan accuracy type darts. Or Cam Newton, either one you want to throw in there, fill in the blank. Both of them are accurate as heck. But that man was throwing some darts today, and we just could not get him rattled. It was just not going to happen. No matter how much pressure we put on him, the man was just going to throw dart after dart after dart after dart. So, what you do in those situations, and it's the same way you handle Matt Ryan, is you take away his targets. What you do is you double up the biggest targets he has. That effectively says, okay, well, I can't throw it here, I can't throw it here, I can't throw it here, so I've got to check it down. And when he checks it down, we've got Shaq sitting right there on the edge, ready. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we needed to do. Shaq was too busy being the run defense and trying to shut that down. So it realistically started with not being able to stop. Who was it? Antonio Gibson today and J.D. McKissick. We just couldn't stop these guys. They were having a field day on us. Man, I gotta respect what Ron Rivera has built, though. I'm not trying to say that I'm a Washington supporter all of a sudden, but I gotta respect what I see on the field. I gotta respect Taylor in his game today was spectacular. It was off the charts spectacular. I haven't seen him play like that in years. It's been a minute since I've seen him throw darts like that. I don't know who's working with him, but whoever it was, man, props to you. That was wow. Because there were some tight windows, man. You can't even blame Jeremy Chin for that one touchdown that this man threw into a tight window into the end zone. You can't even blame him because that was such good coverage on him. And it just sometimes you just got to tip the hat. You know what I'm saying? Like some plays you just got to tip the hat. and show the respect they're due. And today was just one of those days for Taylor, man. I got so much respect for him after today. It's crazy. Now, here's the problem with that. They did all that damage without Curtis Samuel being on the field. Terry McLaurin absolutely shredded our secondary today. Now, we knew we had issues with coverage with AJ and maybe you could argue CJ Henderson, but honestly, CJ's been okay lately. But here's the thing, man. Dante chose the wrong game. The absolute wrong game to get lazy and drop his coverage and get burnt crispy. I mean, it was just horrible. It was horrible. That was the worst game I've seen him play all year. And, props to him for all the effort and all the work he's put in all year long. And that's not to discredit him from all that work that he's put in all year. Because this man has been balling out all year. But Terry just outmatched the heck out of him. I mean, it was just outright nasty. It was outright nasty, man. And I gotta throw some heat at him, man. I got to. After what I saw today, the effort just wasn't there. And I mean, I refuse to believe Terry's that much better than Dante. Because all year long, Dante has been shutting people down. Pass deflection after pass deflection after pass deflection, per game. This dude is a pass deflection machine. He goes up against Terry, roasted. And I'm like, what? This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. And y'all know I'm talking about this because you've seen it all year long. You've been watching it the same as me. How in the world does this man get roasted that many times in one game? By one man? I got questions on that one. Maybe he didn't eat his Wheaties today. I don't know. We're going to get to the O-line, Michael Tillman. We're going to get there. Yeah, we definitely did choke. We definitely did choke. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. But right now, I'm still roasting this defense. Because Shaq had a lazy game too. Let's not let this man off the hook. No. Shaq had a lazy game too. In coverage. You could see it. It started to look like the old Shaq Thompson from back in the day when we first got him. And we were questioning whether he had his coverage issues fixed or not. We were questioning whether he had the skills for coverages in the NFL at the time. For about a year. Maybe a year and a half. That's what I saw out of Shaq today, and I said, oh no. Oh no, that man's reverted back. Oh Lord. Because I refuse to believe these Washington wide receivers are that good, man. There's no way. Let's take a little peek into what Washington's offense has been up to this year. Then y'all see what I'm talking about. And hold up, I'm going to put this on screen for y'all. So y'all can see it on YouTube. and I'm going to tell y'all what I'm talking about. All right, so we've got Washington starts out the season putting up 16 points on offense. They put up 30 against the Giants, but of course anybody could put up 30 against the Giants this year. Come on, let's be real. They take that loss to Buffalo. They put up 21. Respectable. Halfway respectable, at least. Then, they put up 34 against the Falcons' horrible secondary. Which, I mean, come on. It's the Falcons. It's the freaking Falcons. You don't expect much there. Then they put up 22 against the Saints, who have been struggling at the time. Shoot, man, we blew these guys out in week 2. Then they go up against the Kansas City Chiefs, who at the time were struggling, and still are technically. And they go up and put 13 against that defense. Really? They go up against Green Bay. They put up 10 points against Green Bay. This is Green Bay. Green Bay's secondary is questionable. At best, they're questionable. Then, they put up 10 against the Broncos. They lost that game, too. They come back and they win against Tampa Bay. They somehow find all the holes in Tampa Bay's defense. Okay. I'll believe that when I see it, right? That's what everybody's saying. We'll believe it when we see it. Shout out to Michelle Kelly, by the way. How you doing? But then they put up 27 against our defense. Now, so tell me, what's the odd number here? This does not make sense. How in the world are their wide receivers that good? If they can put up 27 points without Curtis Samuel and without Adam Humphries. Please explain that one to me because I'm lost. Now, granted, Taylor had a great game. This man was throwing some darts. I'll give you that. But I refuse to believe these wide receivers are that good. Now, the running back, yeah, he's the real deal. This man was a tank. It took half our defense to take this man down. Which opens up the passing game a little bit. A little bit, not much. A little bit. But we're talking about 27 points here. There ain't no way these guys are that good. No way. That had to be a secondary collapse on our part. And it was. It absolutely was. D-Jack had a lazy day today. Keith Taylor had a lazy day today. Both of them got burnt. I mean, we've seen Keith Taylor get burnt in a couple of games. So that's not a shocker. Now, D-Jack, on the other hand, what in the world's up with that? That's the question mark here. How did that happen? Now, I'll give you about 3 or 4 of these passes were really, really on target from Taylor. That were tight windows that D-Jack was playing some good coverage on. Now, the rest of these, he got burnt crispy. Absolutely crispy. You cannot let a wide receiver in front of you if you are a corner. Otherwise, he will catch that ball on the sideline and he will go out of bounds with it. It will be an easy 10-yard strike. Easy. That's easy money. Then you got Shaq with the lackadaisical coverage over the middle. And I mean, we had a wide open Washington receiver sitting over the middle of the field. Wide open. Now, how does that happen? One, the corner's got to get burnt. 2, Shaq's got to get lazy for that to happen. And 3, Jeremy Chin's got to come racing across the other side of the field to try to save your butt. Both to get the job done. Boy, I swear. Give Jeremy Chin some credit, man. Put some respect on that man's name because he did the best he possibly could to save our bacon today on defense. And it just wasn't possible because we made way too many mistakes. Now, granted, you got to deal with that Washington running back, and we let this man run free. We let him run circles around our defense. All right, so the first thing I need to see this defense do this week is hit that weight room because y'all looked pitiful trying to tackle this man. He looked like a doggone bulldozer out there. Just plowing through y'all. Man, golly. Y'all can't be doing this out here and expect to win. This is ridiculous. Man, let me get this straight. Hold up. Hold up now. I need to see. Man, come on, bro. We talking about Gibson here, man. We talking about Gibson. Y'all gonna let a 6'2", 220-pound running back from Memphis do all that damage to you? Oh, but wait, he wasn't even in the game. So now we doing with J.D. McKissick, right? J.D. McKissick is the second string running back. So we're talking about a 5'10", 195-pound running back from Arkansas State. Nobody even pays attention to Arkansas State. Man, let me see this. Let me see this. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah, Gibson. Gibson was the one that got all those yards. All right, so we're talking about Gibson getting 19 carries for almost 100 yards. 100 yards. Then you move on down to McKissick. He's got 7 carries for 46 yards. Y'all let these guys get 150 yards on us. Almost darn near 150 yards. That's just sad. When we've been holding these teams to about 100 yards per game. Y'all don't seem to understand this. Okay. So we will look at this rating system here that they gave us. We were ranked 12th in rushing defense. 12th in rushing defense before today. Okay, that's out the window. Because of this running back duo, that's 150 yards. That just put us in the middle of the pack. Probably 12th now. Moving on, we got supposedly the best pass defense coverage wise out there in the league. Supposedly number 1, right? That's what they told you on Fox, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. That's out the window too. We just went down to 15 rank in that one. Just because D-Jack decided to have a lazy game and Shaq decided to have a lazy game. We had Justin Burris in there. We didn't even have Sean Chandler in there this time. So there is no excuse why this defense could not get the job done today. There's no excuse. And again, Terry only caught 5 catches for 103 yards and a touchdown. But wait a minute. Wait a minute now. How much is this man averaging per game now? Let's take a look at these stats. Because I refuse to believe there's no way. There's no way he's a consistently good wide receiver enough to beat D-Jack that many times. I'm not going to believe it till I see it. We're talking about a wide receiver that was sitting there with 6 catches for 59 against the Bucks, 7 catches for 122 against a really questionable Packers secondary, 6 catches for 123 against a very horrendous Falcons secondary, 11 catches for 107 yards against the Giants of all teams. Like, nobody's going to take those numbers seriously. Come on. Okay, the 6 catches for 59 against the Bucks defense, maybe. Maybe. But that's a huge question mark because there's been a couple of teams that have actually exposed that Buccaneers defense. So on average, you're talking about 4 catches a game from this man. And he never gets past 50 yards. Except for in that game against the Bills. Really? We're going to let this man run circles around our defense and get 100 yards on it. When this defense has been sitting there in the top 5 all year long. That's what laziness gets you. That is what laziness gets you, ladies and gentlemen. No excuse for that. No excuse at all. And where was Brown today? Somebody pointed that out at halftime. Yeah, good question. Where was Brown today? That man did not exist today. It took Reddick forever to get into the game. And I mean, Nixon was trying to stop some of these runs. But, oh, Lord. Most of these guys just kept getting blocked out of the plays and taken out of the plays. So, we're sitting here going, okay, well, what do we do now? It's called adjustments. But apparently, this management doesn't know how to do that. I was already dogging our offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, for that way before this. I don't want to have to throw that type of a statement at Phil Snow. I really don't want to have to do that. But apparently, we struggled to do that too on defense today. The balance shifted from offense being the main problem now to defense. You notice how there is no constant in between. There's no in between. It's either one side or the other. It's unbalanced. This team has been unbalanced for forever since the Super Bowl. And it started at the Super Bowl. For 6 long years, we've been doing this. And we still haven't balanced this team yet. The second we balance this team, that's what last week looked like. Now, hold up. Hold up now. Pump the brakes on that theory. Because the offensive line needs some heat too. It ain't just the defense that needs heat today. And I'm talking about specifically Michael Jordan. This man had a holding penalty and almost hurt Cam Newton's hand. Throwing hand, by the way, because he hit it on his helmet. Because this man could not be bothered to push this guy back another couple of inches. That cost us a first down. That cost us that entire drive. Win the battle in the trenches. I can't say that enough every week. We just cannot do it. We physically cannot do it. We don't have the manpower, apparently. I mean, these are veterans on this offensive line, and they're just not cutting it. Veterans. I'm going to tell you who needs to go from this line. And it's the usual suspects every game. All right. We're going to start with Sam Tacklebar because I got a lot of respect for this dude as a person. But on the field, when you started him, it just did not work. It did not work at all. This man had snap troubles. He allowed a couple of sacks earlier on, a couple of games ago. This is when we started him now. And I believe there was either a holding penalty or a false start, one of the two, at the time. Y'all have to remind me because I don't remember. But, you know, he's not the answer. With all due respect, he's not the answer. Moving on. I'm not even throwing fireballs yet. Moving on, we got Pat Eflin that we decided to put at center for the last two games. Now, it worked the last game, but everybody noticed that he was struggling last week. Everybody noticed it that was paying attention. That had those eagle eyes, like me and LD do. We were watching that stuff, man. We saw that. And I'm telling you, when I watch a Panthers game, I notice everything. I notice everything. Nothing escapes my notice. There's very few times when it ever does. And this chat has backed me up, and helped me out when I have missed something. And I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all for that. Thank you. I want y'all to hold me accountable. Because if I miss something, I want to be told about it. So that I can, make the proper corrections in my notes. Do whatever I got to do to check myself, and make sure that my notes are on point. So, if I say something wrong, call me out on it. Feel free. If you could prove your point, show me. Tell me, prove it. I'll be glad to listen to you. I got all eyes and ears open for that right there. And I want y'all to do that, man. Check me on stuff, man. Because that makes me better as a streamer. And as a Panthers fan. So, everybody noticed it last week that was paying attention. He comes into this game and obviously still is struggling a little bit, and I like Pat as a person. I do. He spent a good amount of time on the IR, understandably, You first come back, you're not going to be on par. I gave him that. I gave him that little leeway there, when I factored it in with the grades. However, that stuff continued on into the second half. And by that point, you should be settled in, you should be squared away, you should be able to make your proper footwork and blocking and do whatever you got to do, as a lineman. Hands, footwork, technique, everything. And this dude was not able to do it in the second half of that game against the Cards. And I was like, oh no, this ain't it either. Now, this is where I'm going to start throwing some fireballs because y'all need to start getting your butts in gear. Because these guys are not staying on this team after this year. Guaranteed. This is where I draw that line. Now, the first two, I'm not feeling it. I would not be hurt if they were cut. You know what I'm saying? Or put on the practice squad. I would not be hurt if that were to happen in the offseason as our first moves. Cool by me. Because we're going to be drafting these guys anyway in the draft first 3 rounds anyway. Rounds 1 and 4 since we got a round 1 and 4 pick. That being said, here's where things get really hairy. And these guys need to go. Like, at the end of the season, they need to be the first ones gone. And it starts with Dennis Daly. Dennis Daly needs to go immediately after this season is over. Immediately. I'm done with this dude. That's a holding penalty and a false start every single game. The only reason he didn't get one this game is because he got hurt. And he was questionable today. But I guarantee you give him long enough on that field, he'll accumulate at least a holding call. Because he cannot handle everybody that he is matched up against this year. He just cannot handle it. He's not physically capable of doing it at this NFL level. Now, if you put him as a backup temporarily for a little while, sure. He could be a backup, second stringer. But do we want him as a starter? No. Absolutely not. This man cannot last an entire 4 quarters of football without a holding call. And without letting at least one person into the backfield. Twice per game. And that's just for starters. That's when he's having a decent game. When he's not having a decent game, these guys start flooding back there, man. And that's when all these teams were blitzing us. Oh, shoot, man. And I give him some leeway for those blitzes. I do. Because everybody started blitzing Sam Darnold back in the day. Earlier on this year. But now we're not even facing blitzes, and this dude is still struggling. I mean, it's time to pack your bags. It's time to go. All due respect, Dennis Daly, man. It's time to go. You're not the answer. You're not what we're looking for. Pack it up. You're gone. Start buying that plane ticket. Now, the other person. Now, y'all know I've been on this dude since the second he started. And that is Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, just today, had a lot of trouble with a barely existent pass rush on Cam Newton. Oh, what are we going to do with this offensive line, folks? What are we gonna do with these guys? We can't keep them. We can't get rid of them. What are we gonna do with them? I don't know. I don't know, man. This O line is a mess. It really is. It has been since 2016. It really has. Um, and the third person I want to throw some fireballs at is Trent Scott. Trent Scott is not it either. I thought he was going to be, you know, somewhat of an answer at left tackle, but no. No. When Dennis Daly consistently beats you out for a depth chart spot, and Dennis Daly's been awful, no. It's time to pack your bags. It's time to pack your bags, Trent. We're looking for another tackle. You ain't it either. With all due respect, my friend. That being said, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offensive linemen plus Brady Christians that I have question marks about. But that's 5 that are going to be gone. That's 5 that should be gone in this offseason. Now, John Miller, I'm going to put up with a little bit. He's been okay. I'll put up with him. You know, we haven't had many problems from him this year. So I'll give him a little bit of a break. Brady Christensen, I thought was the answer too, but apparently not. You know, we still got some question marks with him, so I'll let him stay, you know, for developmental reasons. You know, as a backup, he's okay. You know, I think we could do a lot worse than Brady Christensen at this point at right tackle. But we could certainly do better. Taylor Moton's been solid. You know, he'll have a stupid penalty once in a while, you know, but he's been okay. I see no reason why we can't just keep that man on contract, you know, and keep working with him, build around him. But he's been the only solid offensive lineman that we have consistently got production from this year. Consistently for all 4 quarters for a number of games. He's had his troubles too. But he's a heck of a lot better than the rest of these guys. It's not even close. All you have to do is just watch that line every game. You'll see it. This man's been holding the fort down on the right side for the most part in the games. Every once in a while, you'll see some pressure come over there, man. But yeah, it takes a while before they get there on that side of the ball because, you know, John Miller and Taylor Moton together have been okay. They've been doing okay. So, what we need in this draft is we need to double down on a left tackle, we need to double down on a left guard, and we need a center. We need a center bad. And I mean, I want a solid center that's going to last us 3 years. I don't want one of those rinky-dink centers, man, that you get in the 5th and 6th rounds. No. We need to grab this guy early. Rounds 1 or 4. I'm done screwing around with centers. Because the center is supposed to be the leader of the offensive line, not Taylor Moton. It's supposed to be the center. So we got to grab one, man. First round or fourth round. It doesn't matter which one, but we got to have one. Sam Tacklenberg is not the answer. Pat Eflin is not the answer. We got to get that fixed. Now, our worst spot on this offensive line is obviously left tackle. It's been left tackle since the beginning. That hasn't changed. I don't think that's likely to change until we start getting some hits in that battleship battle, man. You know? We start finding some hits. And I'm going to tell you where we're going to find those hits. Alabama. If you were watching that Alabama and Arkansas game on Saturday, and y'all saw what I saw, these guys held that pocket clean for all 4 quarters of that game. I was impressed. I was legitimately impressed because Arkansas's got a nasty pass rush. They really do. So, and those pass rushers are fast too. When they got into that backfield, they were quick. There ain't no way you're getting away from it. You're either taking a sack or you're barely throwing that ball away. So that just goes to show you like the level of talent at Alabama on that offensive line is spectacular. It's been grade A since Nick Saban took over. Has been for a long time. So, and all due respect again to Arkansas, if you guys didn't see that post on the Facebook page, Arkansas played a heck of a game. I got so much respect for Arkansas right now. It's not even funny. And that's coming from a Clemson fan. Within 2 minutes of that game being over, you've done a heck of a job. Okay, let's be real. That Alabama's secondary is no joke. 9 times out of 10, these guys will shut you down. But if you got a prolific offense like Arkansas had last night, particularly in the secondary area, yeah, the pass rush is still there. The linebackers are still there, you know. And, shout out to Toto, man. Toadeo, I think it is how you say his last name. I never did get a proper pronunciation, but if you guys have a pronunciation of it, let me know. I never could get one. But yeah, the dude's solid, man. He's quick, he's agile, and that's why I took him in a couple of mock drafts on the streams because I like him. I've seen a couple of Alabama games now where he's stepped up. And I think if we're going to get some linebacker depth, late third or fourth round, that's where you start looking. And also, if you're looking for a tight end, Arkansas's tight end is very impressive. Let me see. I know I put that in on my personal messages what his name is. Let's see. Where'd I put it? Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna hide this so I can find it real quick. I'll bring it on screen in just a second, guys. But I saw this man make a one-handed grab for a touchdown on a fake field goal. And this ball was behind him. Keep that in mind. It was about 2 feet behind him. This man makes a one-handed circus grab, pulls it in, and somehow scores. And I'm just sitting there like, are you serious with this dude? Who is this guy? I was like, hold up, man. I was like, I gotta find out who this is. Oh, I'm about to look it up. Because somebody's about to get a ball in tight end, man. I think he's a junior. I think he is. I gotta know for sure. There we go. I gotta know for sure who this dude is, man. Because it was like a number 80. What was it? Yeah, I think it was Hudson Henry, man. Hudson Henry. Wow. What a catch by this dude, man. That's an NFL level catch. And I saw some NFL level play from Alabama players that I was drafting, particularly the 2 defensive ends that I had on my mock drafts. Toadeo, who I was telling you about. Again, I'm going with that pronunciation because I don't know his actual pronunciation. Y'all can correct me later on if I'm wrong. Please do. I welcome it. But yeah, those 3 in particular on defense impressed me. They were showing NFL level talent. And right now we're hunting for an extra defensive end and an extra linebacker for depth reasons. So that, if you want to consider one of those guys, go for it. You got the green light from me. If you're hunting a tight end, this Arkansas tight end, Hunter, would be a good starting point. I don't know where this dude's projected. Let me see. We're actually going to take a look at that real quick because I want to know. I'm not actually going to do a mock draft right now, but I just want to know where he's projected at. Okay. Pause it. Tight end. Let's see. Where are you, my friend? I think he's a sophomore, so he may not be in here. He most likely won't be. Yeah, I don't see him. I don't think he's eligible until next year. Okay, that's fine. We're not even hunting for a tight end anyway. I just wanted to bring his name up, just for any team that's interested in a tight end right now. In the next couple of years. I think we're solid at tight end right now. We got Tommy Tremble, we got Ian Thomas. We're okay. We don't need to hunt for one, but in the next couple of years. But that name, remember that name, and watch where he ends up. I'm interested to see where he ends up at. So Michael Tillman says we didn't choke. The right side of the O-line did what they've been doing all year. That's true. But when I said we choked, what I meant was the left side of the line, which has been doing what they've been doing all year, which is choking, the definition of choking, and D-Jack and Shaq, two of the leaders on our defense, having a lazy day today at the worst possible time. That's why I say we choked. Because we all know the talent that these two have been putting out there on defense every single game consistently. We know this, folks. We've been watching it. So, I mean, we can't just sit there and go, well, this isn't working. You know, we need to go hunt for another team. We need to go hunt for another corner or another linebacker. No, these guys have been solid all year long. This is not what we're doing, folks. Point blank, lazy does not equal a win. And when I do these grades that I put in these videos, I put in a grade for effort. And you know what? I'm going to give you guys a preview of what that grade is. And it's A to F grades, as expected. That's the only way I do things. Effort got moved down to a B. It should have been an A, but it was a B. You want to know why? Shaq and D-Jack. And the tackling? I'll give you guys a preview on that one too. Tackling was a C. Okay, tackling was a C, and that's taking into account the fact that we could not stop this running back duo. There's no excuse why we can't at least shut down a third of those rushes today. No excuse. The way we've been stopping running backs all year long, we stopped Alvin Kamara, for goodness sakes. If we could stop that man, and he's a train early in the season, if we can stop him, who's to say we can't stop a running back duo like this too? Like these two right here that racked up 150, almost 150 yards. Hit the weight room, boys. That's disgusting. Now, when you're playing defense against somebody like CMC, you expect 100 yards from this man. Point blank. And he gave us 60 today with a touchdown, which is awesome, But you expect that, right? You're not expecting to have 150 yards racked up, after a long day. But against CMC, yeah, I could see it. But we're dealing with Gibson here, man. Now, granted, Gibson is built. He's strong. He will push for extra yards. But we let this man get 95. We let less than a 200-pound running back, second string, get 46 on us. Now, that ain't right. That ain't right. That shows me we got some work to do with defensive tackle. And the linebackers just. I'm going to give you a preview on that one. C plus on linebackers. Not impressed today. The only reason that is a C plus is because our guy, who's been doing everything possible to keep us in this game, Mr. Riddick and Mr. Carter, who was noticeable. He got the job done with 5 tackles, and a quarterback hit. But that's the reason it's a C plus. Otherwise, that would be a D. That would straight up be a D. I was not happy with Shaq today. And it shows in the grade. Now I know some of y'all were just like, cut him a break. He's been playing well. No. This man's been cut way too many breaks over the past 5 years. He's been under Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis's shadow. He's now gotten his chance. He's proven his worth. He's got the job at middle linebacker. He comes out there, does a good job, and then all of a sudden, let's have a lazy game. No, there's no excuse for that. Now, you can blame Phil Snow if you want to for putting him in the wrong position in some of those cases, but there were some situations where this man just plain out did not make the tackle. And just straight up got ran over. And I'm sitting there like, bro, do you even lift? You know that old saying, bro, do you even lift? That's what I'm talking about, Shaq, man. Come on, man. Do you even lift, man? And I'm saying the same thing to Brown, too. Do you even lift? I'm going to need to see some posts from the social media team of y'all just lifting weights this week. That's what I need to see. That will reassure my confidence in y'all. Social media team, get on that. For real. Get on that. All right. We had some early punts, and I figured, okay, not a problem. It's early. We got a 14-14 tie. Not a problem. But that last touchdown that Washington got at the 5:52 mark. Really? That's not good. Box score. This is something that you normally don't look at. The first column is time recorded. The second column is time lost. And the third column is time possessed. Right? How long did you possess the ball? Now, we're going to focus on the second one. How much time did you lose? We're going to go second quarter here. There's a certain number I want y'all to see. 10:41. At the start of the second quarter. 10 minutes and 41 seconds. That's how much time we lost off that clock. Going back to the first quarter. First drive. Time that was run off the clock, 9 minutes and 32 seconds. But we possessed that ball for 5.5. That math doesn't add up, does it? Then you go on down to the third quarter where we only had the ball for about 3 minutes of a 9-minute period. We lost 6 minutes there. 6 minutes in the third quarter. Now, that may not seem like much, but we ended up punting it once, and we never saw that ball again. We never saw it again during the third quarter. Therefore, we put up another goose egg in the third quarter. I was looking at this team last week like, finally, I think we broke the curse. Nope. Guess again. We're back here again. Wondering how the heck we got here. With these late fourth quarter comebacks again. I'm telling you, I am tired of this team being referred to as the Cardiac Cats. We are not the Cardiac Cats anymore. Stop living up to the name. We need to stay focused and get points on that board. 4 whole quarters. What was I talking about last week? When you watch the differences between that game and this one, what did you notice? 4 whole quarters of football being played. What do we do this week? 3 quarters and a guessing game on defense. Oh, God. It's a Magical Hats guessing game of who's supposed to cover who and where you're supposed to cover them at. And we kept playing zone defense, which, I mean, it was so easily read. It really was. Why are we playing zone defense in the third quarter? You don't play zone defense when you're trying to get a lead back. I don't know why that was a thing. And I normally don't highlight that, but come on, man. The amount of allowed passes because our coverage was too deep and not playing all up to the ball, playing up to the receivers, staying on these guys man to man. And man to man can have its advantages and disadvantages. Okay, when D-Jack is playing well, man to man is a good thing. Because 9 times out of 10, when D-Jack is playing well, he's going to shut these wide receivers down. They're going to have trouble getting these points. They're going to have trouble getting these first downs. They're going to have trouble getting these yards. But the D-Jack you said you saw today struggled in that area. He was one-on-one, no help. Because we had to put the help on the other side. Because guess who keeps getting burnt over there too? And Jeremy Chin's just like, which side do you want me on? Which side do you want me on? And Burris is the same way. He's like, which side do you need me? I'll play either side. I'm interchangeable. I just don't want to have to burn myself out running across the entire field to get there. Which is exactly what happened, which is why you barely saw him in any plays when it came to secondary plays. Chin, we were too busy putting this man in blitz packages. So not only is he having to stretch the field, but he's in blitz packages too. So we're wearing him out too. And I'm just sitting there going, okay, where's the help? Where's the help going to come from? It's got to come from Shaq, right? Nope. Lazy game from him too. Lazy tackling. Takes him forever to bring these guys down. In the wrong spots, at the wrong time. And I'm just sitting there like, give me a freaking break. I don't. This is ridiculous, man. Oh, I don't want to be that guy that says that we're calling the wrong plays, but we're calling the wrong plays. When these guys have to come out there and stretch the field like that, they're not in the right spots. And Shaq's just going, huh, huh, huh. Today he's in Charlie and Chocolate Factory land. He done ate his fill of chocolate. He comes out there and he's just like, uh, uh, uh. I don't know where I'm supposed to be. Oh, I'm supposed to be over there. Finally goes over there. It's already way too late. I'm just sitting there like, this is embarrassing. This is straight up embarrassing. I was like, this is the same defense we've been watching every week. This is the same guys we've been watching ball out every week. And they come out there and put out that performance and put up that effort. Come on, boys. Don't do this. Not during a game when we have no choice but to win if we want that sixth seed. Not during a game when it is critical that you make those plays. You ever notice when it comes down to crunch time where this defense steps up? Well, today we did the opposite. We choked. When the pressure was on us, we choked. And God bless Cam Newton, man. This man did everything humanly possible to get us in the win column. This game is not his fault. Christian McCaffrey did everything humanly possible to get us in the win column. This game is not his fault. Robbie Anderson even made some catches today. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he made some catches today. This game is not his fault. DJ, who's been balling out every week and is getting me mad fantasy points every week. This game is not his fault. Ladies and gentlemen, we have fixed the quarterback problem. Joe Brady's running out of excuses. We literally had to take a timeout in the first quarter just so Cam Newton could figure out what the world Joe Brady put in his coloring book of an offensive playbook. Dude, that sheet was orange. Did you see it on his belt? It was orange. How are you supposed to read that? It was like one of those kids' napkins, laminate napkin placemats, you know, that they put in front of the kids at Waffle House. That's what it looked like to me. I was like, wow. He's supposed to read that and figure that out. Good luck. If I was Cam, I would just pull out some old plays from 14 and 15 and just say, look, man, Y'all ain't got these tapes no more. I'm gonna use every one of these plays that worked for me in 14 and 15, and I'm gonna succeed with them. And I'm gonna make Joe look like a fool. And I might accidentally save his job in the process. Yo, Cam Newton was balling out today, and it just was not enough. I mean, we had Cam Newton. We had Cam Newton, and we still only got 2 for 9 on third down efficiency. All of y'all that thought Cam Newton was the answer, come talk to me. Come talk to me. He's part of the solution, but he's not the answer. The answer is fixing this offensive line, which has continuously and consistently been the worst part of this team since 2016, way before he was ever cut. But come on in here, man. Come on in here with that same energy that you had last week. Tell me Cam Newton's the answer. Go ahead, tell me. I'm listening to y'all. He's part of the solution. We got work to do. Let me tell y'all how many first downs we got rushing. This is going to surprise you. When you're talking about a Cam Newton led offense, you expect to see this go into double digits, right? Wrong. 5. Even with Christian McCaffrey, even with Cam Newton, even with Chuba Hubbard, we still only got 5 first downs rushing. Now, does that number seem weird to you? I just want to mention, does this number seem weird to you? Because it seems really bizarre to me. Because if Cam Newton was the answer, this would be double digits right now. If Cam Newton solved all our problems, if he was the fix all for everything, why do we only have 5 for rushing first downs? Someone explain that one to me. Why are we 2 for 9 on third down conversions? I'll wait. Time's up. Offensive line is the problem. They've been the problem since day one. And we're still here. We're still here, folks. We got 297 net yards. We couldn't even cross the 300 threshold with Cam Newton. What do you think that is? Because the offensive line handicapped the man on at least 3 drives. I'm tired of this, man. We have 49 total offensive plays. Now, if you want to have a successful game, you got to have at least 50. We barely got there. Okay? We're just one short of that. If you want to have a really successful day, Washington had 65. Now, if you want elite level good days, you're looking at 70. Point blank. We're not even remotely close to that. Not even close. Our average net yards rushing is 5.3 today. 5.3. Now, you might think that sounds nice, right? And yes, it does. And that's because we had Christian McCaffrey. 111 yards sounds nice. But that average number is not everything. And I'm going to show you why. Look at the other side. 190 rushing yards from two different running backs. They outgained CMC by a mile. And had a 4.8 rushing average, which is lower than CMC. It's not everything. And granted, they had twice as many rushing plays as CMC, but it took them that long to get there. So there you go. Now, gross yards passing, we had 189 yards. They had 206. But look at the accuracy of both of these quarterbacks. I just want to point this out. And this number does not do Taylor Heinicke justice. 16 for 22. For the types of throws that we saw today, that number does not do him proper justice. These were darts that he was completing. Absolute tight windowed darts. So show him the respect he's due. And yes, I'm talking to you, Panthers fans, and I know y'all hate the other 31 teams, but show some respect to the players that deserve it. Because they've earned it. You know? It's a game. We got to show respect if we want to get respect. Now, Cam Newton went 21 for 27. He was throwing some even better throws in some cases. But, hey, it's Cam Newton being Cam Newton. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is an excellent start from him, considering where he left off in the 2018 and 19 campaign. I'm very, very pleased with that. 189 yards, I'm not going to, I'm happy with it. I'm okay with it. We're getting there. But if this offensive line had not handicapped us, we would easily have 250 yards. Easily. Passing. Easily. On those 3 drives. You want to know how I know that? Because look at the 21 for 27. You give this man 35 attempts passing wise, he's going to complete at least 30 of them today, as well as he was throwing that ball. Shoot. Stop handicapping the man. He's trying to get you a win. We had 3 fourth down opportunities. Now, here's the reason why I highlight this one. The reason we had 3 attempts on 4th down is because we didn't get it done on 3rd down. It's because of the 2 for 9 that we ended up going 1 for 3 on 4th downs. We went 1 for 3 on 4th downs. And I'll give you one of those was CMC. He was trying the very best he could to get that 4th down in conversion in the 4th quarter. I'll give you that one. So we'll toss that one out. So that's 1 for 2 still. Right? That one that we did not convert was on the offensive line. And they got Cam sacked. So if you want to play the numbers game, there you go. But keep blaming Cam for your problems. Like that's going to solve it. Stop using this man as a scapegoat. I'm so sick of this, bro. Every time we take a loss in Carolina with Cam Newton as the quarterback, he is always the scapegoat. I'm tired of it. Stop using this man as your doormat. Put the blame where it properly belongs. Panthers fans are tired of excuses. Why we have yet another dead season on our hands potentially here, because you cannot get it through your thick skull that we need better offensive linemen than this trash that's on the field right now. And I'm not saying these guys are totally trash. I'm saying on the field they're trash. They're good people off the field. And on the field too, but as players at particular positions, you either get the job done or you don't. And if you don't, you're considered trash. You're garbage. That's how the league looks at you. That's how the fan bases look at you. I'm not making this stuff up. This is how it is. I would love to be, goody goody two shoes to every player that we bring in to Carolina, but I can't. That's just not how I operate. I'm realistic. I'm going to tell you how it is. If I think you as a player are not measuring up, I'm going to let you know. If I think you are doing a good job, I will let you know that too. I've said that from the beginning once I started streaming. And I'm still going to do it today. And tomorrow too. I'm not going anywhere, folks. This train ain't stopping anytime soon. It's still rolling. And as long as I am still on cam, man, I'm going to tell you the truth about this team that nobody wants to listen to. The management wants to make excuses. We're done with all that. We're 5-6. Lord help me with this management. I guarantee you, I haven't even looked at the press conferences because I already know what to expect. Cam Newton's going to take everything on his shoulders, even though he was not the reason that we lost. The defense is going to make excuses saying, oh, we could have done a better job at this or that. Well, no kidding. The buck stops here, folks. If you want to start winning, the buck's got to stop here. Stop making excuses. Losers make excuses. People that want to win, walk the walk. They stop talking the talk and they just walk the walk. You ever notice how some of these players are quiet? They don't answer many questions during press conferences, and then they come out there and they ball out. Look at Luke Kuechly back in the day, man. Did you ever see many press conferences from this man where he was just like, man, I got to do this or this or this to play better, or I got to do this and this and this, That man's not making excuses. He's telling you exactly what he needs to get done in order to succeed for the next game. Meanwhile, you got people, players that are saying, well, if I only did this, if I only did that, if only this had happened, if only that had happened. If wishes were fishes, man, We're done with it. We're done with it. There's no more of that. That's it. The cutoff line is today. You have missed the train stop for the playoffs. The playoff train just left without you today. And all you want to do is make excuses. Instead of, oh, there might be one random plane ticket that might get us to the playoffs. Maybe. It's cheap seats, but it might get us there. If we hurry. If we do what we're supposed to do. You know. But no, y'all want to make excuses in the press conferences. I'm sick of this. I'm so sick and tired of this crap. Year after year after year. We want to make the playoffs with a consistently good team, which this team should be if we had fixed the offensive line like we were supposed to in the offseason. And this started way back, actually. We should have fixed this in 2016. But no. 2016 degraded to 2017. 17 degraded to 18. This line just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And the management refuses to do anything about it. Until just now this year, we got Brady Christensen and we got Deontay Brown. Now, I'll give you Deontay Brown. That's the one I wanted. Brady Christensen, I thought was a hit. Now, the rest of these guys, hit or miss. And hit or miss is not going to make you succeed. That's not going to get your offense going. That's not going to get points on the board. That's not going to get you to the playoffs. That deters you from doing that. Hit or miss is not it, ladies and gentlemen. That's not it. And I'll even go as far back as the Washington game last year. I'll go back that far. As far as what we could be doing this year. Because y'all just had to have that revenge game win against Ron Rivera last year. And this Washington management, who some of them used to be in Carolina, y'all just had to have your revenge game. It cost us 3 draft spots. That Washington game last year cost us 3 draft spots where we lost the tackle from Oregon. That was our number 1 target in this first round draft last year. And because we had to have that revenge game against Ron Rivera, guess what happened? Ron Rivera returned the favor today. And he cost us a playoff trip. Ron's just like, you're welcome. You're welcome. Y'all determined to shoot yourselves in the foot. You're welcome. Lord help me with this management. And then all we want to do is make up excuses afterwards. Like, okay. You know, we didn't get the tackle we wanted. We got J.C. Horn. Well, guess what? Somebody's going to get injured on that secondary that we bring in the offseason. You knew it was going to happen. We all knew it was going to happen. We didn't know who it was going to be. But I had a sneaky suspicion it was going to be Horn because we've had first-round draft picks get hurt in their rookie or second year. Prove me wrong. CMC, second year, got hurt. J.C. Horn, hurt in his rookie year. The list goes back. The list goes back, guys. The list goes back. What can I say? And we refuse to fix the problem. Which the other problem with this team is injuries. And we could be preventing at least half these injuries because some of them are not even on the field football injuries. Some of these are from practices. But y'all want to come up in here, man, and say, oh, Cam Newton is the answer to everything. He is the golden goose, you know? Come on, man. Y'all know what the problem is. Y'all know what our weaknesses are. You've been knowing it since week 1. Way before that, even. This year. Don't put the blame on the man that did not cause the problem. Stop that. Just stop. Just because the man didn't get over 200 yards doesn't make him the problem. He jammed one bad pass in there. Only one. And y'all want to throw him under the bus. I guarantee you there's at least half a dozen people out there that want to throw this man under the bus after that. And say, well, here comes another loss. And y'all want to throw back all that 4 straight losses from right before he was cut and use that against him. Y'all just hating, man. Stop. Stop. Show some respect to the man. The man who last week just put up 34 points and beat the Cardinals for you. You're welcome. On a $10 million contract that he didn't even have to sign. But y'all still want to hate this man after losing by 6 points, and it's not even his fault. Not a single bit of it was. Now, I don't blame him for the incompletions that he has. I don't blame him for those. A couple of those were drops. You know, it happens. Now, the sack that he took to end the game, he probably should not have stepped up. True, I'll give you that. But was that 100% on him? No. That's, again, on the offensive line because they did not hold their blocks. And don't even try this, oh, he held on to the ball too long nonsense. Because I hear that excuse every week. I hear that every week from y'all. Stop that. Y'all just trying to make up excuse after excuse after excuse just to use this man as your scapegoat. Sick of it. Panthers fans. Because I'm not believing this one. And I have proved it wrong week after week after week with Cam Newton. And I can continue to prove it wrong week after week after week. Unless it is actually his fault. Then y'all have some validity. Until then, stop using him as your doormat. Alright, that's my rant. Because I know that's coming. I guarantee you that's coming on at least half a dozen Panthers channels and on the social media. Everywhere. I guarantee it. And what's funny is a third of those people that are throwing shade right now are the same people that wanted him back. That's all I got to say about that. Y'all think what you want on that. All right, so we had 7 penalties for 65 yards. Half of those were on the offensive line. 2 of those were thrown out because Burris played a clean game, in my opinion. In my opinion. That's how I feel about it. I did not believe that was unnecessary roughness. I thought that was a clean hit. He was trying to catch the ball. That was a shoulder hit to try to knock that ball out. That's a football play. On the other one, I think, what was it? He was trying to go for like a pass deflection or something. And they ended up calling him for it. And it was absolutely ridiculous. I'm just going, since when did the NFL become the flag football league? Since when? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous. This is straight up ridiculous. And we end up having this conversation just about every week with penalties, man. But this one, that's one I'm really frustrated with, because this man comes off the IR for a full game, trying to do everything he possibly can to stop this Washington offense, and you go penalize the man on stuff that he's not even doing wrong? Nah. Alright, so here's another thing I wanted to point out. And this is offensively now. Now, y'all are going to throw Matt Rule under the bus for going for it on 4th down. After we failed, right? Now, here's the thing. Just about 5 seconds earlier, Bank of America was shouting, "Go for it," and booing Matt Rule for taking Cam off the field. So Matt puts Cam back on the field. Everybody starts going nuts. And then it quiets down because it's offensive plays, He fails, and then everybody's just like silent as a graveyard. And it's these same people that want to throw Matt Rule under the bus that were saying go for it. It's the same ones. Prove me wrong. If any of y'all were at that game, prove me wrong. I invite you to. Red zone efficiency. 1 for 1. That means we only got to the red zone once. To points without even getting to the red zone. Actually, 14 of our red zone points without even being in the red zone. Only 7 of those were from when we were in the red zone. We held that ball for 24 minutes and 7 seconds. And what did I tell you about cutting players and having them come back on us? How many points did we lose to by today? 6. Guess how we lost by 6? 2 field goals. Guess who kicked those 2 field goals? Our former kicker, Joey Sly. Case in point, yet another case of players that we have cut that have come back to haunt us. I told y'all this would happen. But no. Panthers management doesn't listen. They don't care. They say we can cut whoever we want to. We're in charge. You might be in charge, but you're making stupid decisions. And guess who's pissed at you right now? Us. Because it just cost you a playoff trip. Now, I'm not saying we win this game. I'm saying we go into overtime, without those 2 field goals. Granted the stupid decisions that we made, and our laziness on defense. Maybe we go into overtime, but winning it, nah. And Joey Sly puts the nail in the coffin to end our season. Be careful who you cut. Be careful who you cut. Have we learned our lesson yet, Panthers management? Apparently not. Because they're still haunting us. Every single one of them. And now Joey Sly is added to that list of players that have haunted us. Guess who has him right now? Ron Rivera, our former head coach. Wow. What a shocker, right? Who would have thought the former head coach would pick up our former? Nah, that couldn't possibly happen. Nah. You're dreaming. McDermott wouldn't pick up our players. Look at the amount of Panthers players that have been picked up by both of them. Tell me that's not a pattern. Tell me that ain't going to kill us later on. Been calling it all year. Effie Obata gets a sack against us in the Buffalo game. Watch. Watch and learn. See if I'm right. Every one of them has hurt us. Why not him too? Why do you think I'm wearing this man's jersey right now? Because I don't want that bad juju coming on our team this year. I don't want that bad energy coming on us. Come on, man. Are we wearing black that day? I hope not. I hope not. Because if I end up wearing this jersey on the day that this man gets a sack against Cam Newton in the Buffalo game, oh no. Oh no. I'll wear the Greg Olsen jersey before that happens. I guarantee you I will wear the Greg Olsen jersey before that happens right there. Oh. Lordy. We're going to get into the bigger stats after the break, but, I'm looking at this roster, and I'm thinking, there's just no excuse. There's no excuse why we cannot beat a Washington team that is struggling to score points. And we just put up 34 last week. Why? We have Cam Newton, right? God's gift to the Carolina Panthers, and we still can't win. We have been given every tool possible in our tool belt, except for offensive linemen, and we still can't get it done. But yet, every tool that we have in our tool belt was enough to blow out the Arizona Cardinals. So why not Washington? Why not Washington? Why can't we at least get a 14-point win over Washington with the tools that we have, even with our offensive line struggling? Because God knows Cam Newton can scramble out of these pockets. He can keep these plays alive. He can run. He can throw. He's on target. He's accurate. He's going through his reads smartly. What's the problem? Why can't we get it done? Beats the heck out of me, man. I have no idea. It's only the things I've been saying all year long that have been our problem. Accountability, self-discipline, get rid of the laziness, and win the battle in the trenches. We can't seem to get them done. Week after week after week. And it's just a doggone shame. It really is to waste all this talent and not get anywhere in the playoffs this year. This was the best team since 2015, and we're struggling just to get 8 wins. Man, please. We're struggling just to get 8. And that's if we get 8. We ain't gonna make it to 8 if we keep playing lazy defense like that. We ain't gonna make it to 8 if we keep playing lazy offensive line play like that. Where we don't win the battle in the trenches and protect our quarterback. Who's to say this isn't going to be another ER trip for Cam? Who's to say this isn't ER money in that $10 million that he just signed? That's health insurance money, man. Who's to say this man ain't going to have like a broken arm or some crap? Come on, man. With this offensive line, anything's possible at this point. I just hope to God it doesn't happen. And I ain't trying to create no negativity, man, to where that does happen. Nope. I ain't trying to do no voodoo or none of that nonsense. I don't want that to happen. Trust me. Just because I spoke it into existence doesn't mean it's going to happen. But y'all better start protecting that man like he's the president of the U.S. Otherwise, it could. And I mean, throw your freaking life on the line to protect him this week. Going forward. You are protecting a $10 million man back there. Y'all fully recognize that. This man is the face of this Panthers franchise. Along with Christian McCaffrey. Protect them. Don't let them try to go after these plays alone. You know, don't put them at risk. Help them if you can. Give your 110% of everything you've got every Sunday, all 4 quarters. Or we just end up here. We just end up here again. Choice is yours. I'm going to leave that up to you, Panthers players. Now, when we come back from break, we're going to talk about the stats on this box score. We're also going to talk about what it's going to take for us to possibly make the playoffs. We're going to run some simulations. And to finish up, We'll talk about whatever players you guys want to talk about, and we may run a mock draft depending on what time it is after we get done with all of that. Sound good, guys? All right. Thank you guys so much, and we'll be back.
Your video.
Monkey.
Hit that like button.
That weed go crazy.
Okay, guys, we are back. And, let's dive into this, box score a little bit, shall we? Starting with the wide receivers. Now, we've already talked about Cam Newton. We've already talked about the rushing game. But Cam as a whole today was 21 for 27, 189 yards, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. So Cam Newton was Cam Newton. Make no mistake about it. Cam rushed for 10 times for 46 yards and a touchdown. So, let's look at the wide receivers. DJ Moore, 5 catches out of 7 targets for 50 yards and a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, who was put out there as a running back and a wide receiver, dual threat, 7 catches for 8. targets, 60 yards, and a touchdown. Now, Robbie Anderson, listen to these numbers. Robbie Anderson, who has been struggling this year, went 5 for 6, 30 yards. He's not getting you many extra yards, but I'll tell you that. Those 5 for 6 catches, man, ooh, that looks nice. That looks real nice. And we all knew he was capable of doing it. Now, Tommy Trimble, 2 catches out of 2 targets for 35 yards. Zylstra, 1 for 2 and 7 yards. Ian Thomas, 1 for 1 and 7 yards. And Terrence Marshall was targeted once, where he was trying to jam that ball into Terrence Marshall's hands, and it just didn't happen. So, as a whole, we went 21 catches for 27 targets, 189 yards, and 2 touchdowns, receiving wise. Once again, wide receivers are not the problem. Been saying it. You could believe it or not, you can look at the box score yourself. But they are not the problem. Now, moving on. You look at the other side, you had Terry McLaurin. 5 catches out of 7 targets, 103 yards. 103. We haven't allowed over 100 yards in forever from a wide receiver. And a touchdown. Bates, 3 for 3, 23 yards. Humphreys, 2 for 2. We didn't even barely see Humphreys out there. But he got 30 yards. Carter, 2 for 3, 22 yards and a touchdown. Sims, 2 for 2, 19 yards and a touchdown. Mine, 1 for 1. Or, I can't even see. Oh, okay, yeah, it's Milne. Okay, that's what it is. Some of these prints are kind of weird. Okay, McKissick, 1 for 2, 4 yards. So as a whole, we held them to 16 catches for 20 targets, 206 yards, which is better than us. Now are you starting to get it? All you hard-headed people that think that Cam was the problem? Are you starting to see? It's in the stat books. But all these people just don't care. They're too busy. All our keep pounding crew people know, man. We know it's not Cam's fault. Because y'all sat here and listened to my streams week after week. You know. And y'all already know where it starts. Y'all have been here for the long haul. This isn't new to you. Okay? It's not. And we give up 3 touchdowns from 3 different people. Carter and Sams, as well as McLaurin, of course. Okay. What did we give up defensively? 6 for 13 on 3rd down efficiency. Now, doesn't that number look familiar from last week? Just saying. Shoes on the other foot. Fourth down efficiency. Now, this is the number that really ticks me off. 2 for 2. So not only are they converting on third down with 6 for 13, they just successfully converted 2 fourth down opportunities into attempts on our defense. 369 total net yards for them. 190 net yards rushing. 206 gross yards passing. And I think the other number I want to point out, they had 3 fumbles. They only lost one of them. You got to do a better job of jumping on these balls and getting them back. But by far, the biggest number we should be looking at here is the 3 for 6 in red zone efficiency for this Washington team. 3 for 6. They held that ball for 35 minutes. Might as well call it 36 minutes. Round it up. Wow. All right. So who stood out on Washington's defense? I think that was the answer is clear here. You know, it was definitely Smith Williams. 6 total tackles, but he's got a half a sack, a tackle for a loss, a quarterback hit. That man had a good game today against our offensive line. But wait. Payne had 4 total tackles, a half a sack. Joining him, and 2 quarterback hits. So on the whole, the offensive line has now given up a total of 5 quarterback hits, a tackle for a loss, and a sack in today's game. Let me read those numbers again for everybody that thinks that Cam Newton is still the problem. 5 quarterback hits, 1 tackle for a loss, and a sack. But yet Cam Newton is the problem. And he holds on to the ball too long. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, come on. Y'all just can't accept that some of these players are actually that good that we have played against. I mean, look at it. We have faced Dallas. We have faced a very potent pass rush from New England. You know, and let's not forget, the Eagles and the Vikings defenses held their own dangers. So, for all those people saying, oh, Cam held the ball too long, quit making excuses for him. For the offensive line. Y'all keep saying I'm making excuses for Cam Newton. Quit making excuses for the offensive line. They're the real problem. You're looking at the wrong thing. You're focusing on the wrong issue. And I can read these numbers off to you from every box score and prove it. But yet, y'all are so stuck in your ways. I don't know. I don't know, man. Believe what you want to, I guess. To each their own. Even though I can prove you wrong. Alright, so the Washington defense had 3 pass deflections today. One by Holcomb, one by Jackson, and the last one by Johnson. Now, that's not the number we should be concerned about. The number we should be concerned about is the 5 quarterback hits and the 1 sack. I'm not worried about the tackle for a loss because every team's pretty much got a tackle for a loss every game. I mean, let's be real. Every team in existence out there right now has one of those for every game. But the focus right now is on quarterback hits because we got a $10 million quarterback back there. We got to protect our investment. We got to protect the face of the franchise. And 5 quarterback hits is not going to get it done. You know, just because of the fact that you set these guys out there for 4 whole quarters is not going to soften the blow of the real problem. Just because you make excuses and tell Cam, look, I want you to say this, and I want you to say this, and I want you to say that, in press conferences, take all the blame for yourself, be accountable for everybody, That's not going to soften the blow of the real problem. But okay, do what you want. At this point, we don't care anymore. Because we got maybe a 5% chance of making the playoffs, if that. And I'm going to show y'all in a little bit, after I get done analyzing this box score, how much of a chance we really have. We're going to run through a few scenarios. I want to spend a good hour on this because it's that important. To show you what matchups we're going to end up dealing with, of who we should pull for, who we should not pull for, and why. To give us a shot. And I kid you not, LD sat there and watched me on Zoom spend a good 5 minutes trying to do the math on the playoff predictions to see if we actually still have a shot. He sat there for a good 5 minutes, and he can attest to that right now. That's how much of a 3-ring circus this is going to be. Just to try to get the 7th seed. Just the 7th seed. We're not even trying for the 6th anymore. The 6th is dead. We'll be lucky if we get the 7th. But y'all want to cling to the slightest toenail's hope of a chance that we can make the playoffs. Okay. Well, let's do the math then. Right? We'll do that math in a minute. But I'm going to guarantee you, there's a better chance of winning the South Carolina lottery, than us making the playoffs at this point. But y'all believe what you want to believe. Alright, so Panthers defensively, we've got Jeremy Chin with 13 tackles, 10 of them open fields, 1 quarterback hit. So, I mean, I dare anybody to tell me that Jeremy Chin was the problem today. I dare anybody to tell me that Chin was our weakness on defense today, because those numbers proved totally different. If you watched him today, you could tell that man was on a mission today. He wanted it. He played with an intensity, man. And he was not going to be denied. All right. Now here is where numbers can be deceiving. Now, D-Jack is going to look real good on the box score. But if you were watching that game, they don't put busted coverages and getting roasted in coverage on the stat sheet. They don't put that there. You know why? Because you can't cover that. You can't put that in a stat form. What you can do is you can give credit to the wide receiver or the running back that busted it. But that's besides the fact. You'll never be able to put 2 and 2 together if you're trying to sort this stuff out in the box score. It's a mess. All right, so Deshaun Jackson had 8 total tackles today, 6 by himself in a pass deflection. Ugh, excuse the yawn. But again, they don't cover the broken coverages. That ain't in here. All right, so moving on. We got Reddick. 5 total tackles, 4 of them solo, 1 sack, 1 tackle for a loss, 1 quarterback hit. Yes, sir. Put some respect on this man's name. He's been consistently producing every week. Consistently. That's the key word here. This team is inconsistent as it can ever be. But in that sea of inconsistency, you got players like Hashan Reddick. You got players like Jeremy Chin that have every week been showing you that they really, really care. And they want this, you know? And it's beautiful to see that. It really is. And there's another player I want to highlight in a little bit. But right now, we'll get to him. Y'all, LD, you already know who it is. We're going to get to him. But we're going to stick with Carter first. Carter has 5 total tackles, 2 of them unassisted, and 1 quarterback hit. I thought Carter had a decent game. You know, I'm not going to call it a great game, but I'm going to call it a decent game, you know, comparatively to what he's been doing all year. Yeah, he got his 2 open field tackles at the right time, clutch times, and the 5 combined, they were mostly run stops, you know, but he got the job done. Fox. Mr. Fox. Ooh, excuse me. Mr. Fox had 4 total tackles today, 1 tackle for a loss, 1 forced fumble. And I want to circle the forced fumble because we don't have many of those. Folks, we don't have many of those this year. I want more. That's the start of many, right there. We still got plenty of time. All right, AJ. 3 for 4 total tackles, open field, but did nothing else. Which means He got burned on the rest of them. Gotta pick it up, AJ. Shaq. Let's talk about my man Shaq. My main man Shaq. Let's have a conversation, my friend. Because you went 4 total tackles today, but only 1 open field tackle. That's all you did today. That's it. That's all you got for us? That's all you can give us today? Come on, bro. Don't do us like that, Shaq. We love you, brother. But don't do us like that. Not in a game that was that important. He choked. Moving on. Stephen Gilmore, 3 total tackles. But there were 3 total tackles at the right times and in clutch situations. So, give this man some respect. He's earned it. Now, Mr. Jones, Daquan Jones. Let's talk about that quarterback hit. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. 3 total tackles today, 1 unassisted. Good game from him. I'm very happy with him today. Now, we're going to talk about the main man of the hour, Mr. Justin Burris, who is replacing Sean Chandler. Yes, sir. We got our man Burris back playing a full game. Playing a full game. We didn't see Chandler at all. That's what I'm talking about right there. Right decision to make. Now, he only made 2 tackles, but he made them at the right times, man. And in the right ways. Despite getting penalties for both, which were absolute garbage. I did not believe in either one of those penalties. Were worth throwing a flag for, but okay. Suit yourselves, refs. Suit yourselves. Do what you want to do. You're going to anyway, you're refs. You know. You're wearing the black and white stripes. So, I mean, you got all the power out there. How about using it the right way? Hold yourselves accountable as refs. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I'm calling out the refs. No one else is going to do that. No one cares enough about the refs to do that. But here's the thing. Refs are people too. They're human beings too. They can screw up. They can make good calls too. They're human beings. I do feel like we need to show refs a little bit more respect than we do in the game of football. Really. Same goes for basketball and umpires in baseball. We got to show these people more respect. They're people. They're human beings. They make mistakes. Now, some of them are really bad at what they do and really need to go back and learn the basics again. But I think we can be a little less harsh on these people. You know? As fans, we're a little too judgmental. And I just wanted to point that out. I think we can do better as fans. You know? Just as much as they can do better at making the right calls. So, you know, it works both ways. Show respect to get respect. That being said, those were two garbage calls. Now, I'm not disrespecting the refs. I'm just saying they were garbage calls. And they need to go back and really look at that again and learn from it. I don't want to see those calls again, man. Please, hold yourselves accountable. Alright, so Brian Burns. Mr. Spider Burns. Good day from this man right here. 2 total tackles, 1 unassisted, 1 sack, 1 tackle for a loss, 2 quarterback hits. What else are you wanting from Spider Burns, man? What else do you want from this man? I mean, at this point, pass rush is not the problem. I've said it many times on this stream, and I'm going to say it again. Pass rush is not the problem. You want to look at those numbers and tell me that they're the problem? Please. Please be my guest. These numbers prove you wrong. Every time. You look at the box score, they will prove you wrong. Nobody looks at the box scores, man. Except for the people in this crew. And some people outside of it, maybe. But nobody goes this far in depth into it. It discovers these types of numbers and just goes, oh, hey, maybe I might have been wrong in my assumption. It's okay to be wrong, folks. It's okay to be wrong. We're all human. We all make mistakes. But don't make yourself look like a clown by continuing on after you've already been proven wrong. That's where come on, guys. That's where you get some of these weirdos that come into these chats and just go, well, so and so is the problem. No. Stop that right there. Stop that narrative. Stop the train. We ain't doing that here. We ain't doing that here. We doing facts. That's all we doing. Alright, so moving on, we've got Mr. Haynes with a big clutch sack. 1 open field tackle for 2 total. 1 tackle for a loss. 1 quarterback hit. If you want to say that Haynes is not doing his part today, jump off that train right now, too. That man was doing his part. And that's half the narrative I kept hearing was, oh, it's the pass rush wasn't quite there. The pass rush wasn't quite getting it done. Wrong. I'm going to prove it in the final numbers. You're going to see what all this leads to. Moving on, C.J. Henderson, 2 tackles. 1 open field tackle. But he kept getting roasted, though. Let's be real. He got roasted. Now, Brown. People were asking where Brown was today. He had 1 open field tackle out of 2 total. That's it. That's all he did. Hartsfield, same thing. Wasn't really a big part of it. He was more focused on the run. Both of them were. And they both got ran over. Ravion Roy, 2 total tackles, both of them assisted. Didn't really do much today. Kind of got taken out of plays. You'll notice at least probably 3 or 4 of these defensive players got taken out of plays the majority of the time when they were getting these big runs. These were excellent blocks. Second level blocks. So credit to the Washington offensive linemen, for the ability to get these second level blocks because this defense is usually on target and they're usually able to stop most of these big runs, but not today. So, Ron Rivera credits himself, and it's in his resume, man. He's very good at uh, teaching these offensive linemen how to block, on run plays. Not necessarily on passing plays, but on run plays. He kind of helps push the envelope on that with power runs, draw plays, sweep plays, stuff like that. That's been his style when he runs offensive plays or has somebody run offensive plays with him. So, as evidenced by Jonathan Stewart, as evidenced by a couple of other really good running backs that we used to have. So, that being said, we struggled against trying to get off these second level blocks and make the tackles. You could say laziness, you could say we didn't pump enough iron this week, we didn't use proper technique, we didn't use, proper hand placement, we didn't use proper feet placement, and the list goes on, but it's D, all of the above. If this was a multiple choice, it's D, all of the above. We didn't do any of it. And that's why we couldn't get these tackles, man. And the ones that were in position, granted, their running back duo were really, really strong. And they power you. And that's why they call it a power back. Because they run you over. They overpower you. They're stronger than you. So, when you talk about players like Bravion Roy, that's usually making a play. When you talk about Brown, who's usually making a play or two, in a game, he got taken out. They both got taken out of the plays. So, they're not going to get the stats that they normally would. Gross Matos, 1 total tackle, unassisted. Frankie Louvu, the man of the hour with the fumble recovery. This man does something good and spectacular every time he comes out there on defense. It doesn't matter what package it is. This dude does at least one thing every game consistently, to change or impact the game in a positive way towards us, momentum wise. Every time. Pay the man. Okay? Straight up. Pay the man. He's earned it. Stanford. Didn't do much, but he was a special teams player for that game. So was Martin. So, here's the interesting part. Christian McCaffrey got a fumble recovery. See, that one escaped a lot of people's notice, didn't it? They see a fumble recovery and they don't know who it was from. While they're watching the game, they say, whatever. We got the ball. That's what matters. CMC with a fumble recovery. How about that one? That's something you got to dig deep in the stat sheet to find right there. And I just happened to notice it and I said, huh, how about that? That's interesting right there. All right, so as a whole today, I'm going to show you, I'm going to read off these numbers, and you're not going to believe them, but I'm going to read them off to you anyway. And I'm going to show you why the pass rush was not the problem. And you'll hear the specific numbers that have to do with pass rush versus everything else. Here we go. 65 total combined tackles today. 42 of those are open field. Okay, so we checked off that box, right? Here's the numbers you guys need to know. 3 sacks on the day. 3 sacks. Okay? Brian Burns, Haynes, and Reddick. The usual 3 suspects. One was a linebacker. One was a pass rusher. And the other was a pass rusher. Oh my goodness. Isn't that interesting how 2 of those sacks came from pass rushers? Wow, right? Oh, but pass rush was part of the problem. Okay. Tell me another fairy tale. 5 tackles for a loss. Hmm. Now, doesn't that number sound familiar if you're going to blame the pass rushing? Okay. Cool. 6 quarterback hits, which is more than their defense got against us. Starting to see the picture here, guys? Starting to understand now? Oh, and by the way, 1 pass deflection, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery. But I digress. Ugh. Stop feeding false narratives, folks. Just stop. It never gets you anywhere. Okay. Here's a number I want you guys to know about. And this is just in the first half. 0 for 4 on 3rd downs. 0 for 4. 3rd downs. That's not going to get it done. But how about this? Cam Newton, 9 for 11 in the first half alone. That means the rest of these incompletions happened in the second half. Oh, but Cam's the problem. Okay. All right. Let's continue on. Red zone efficiency, 1 for 1 in that first half. Okay. But we had 3 penalties for 30 yards. All 3 of those were holding calls. Isn't that interesting? Now let's see how many rushing yards we gave up in the first half. 42 to McKissick, 19 to Gibson, and 12 to Patterson. Okay. So what happened? No touchdowns, right? From the rushing crew of Washington. But we had a touchdown from DJ Moore. We had a touchdown from Cam Newton. And we said, okay, we got this. So we come out here in the third quarter and we lay an egg. As usual. I mean, what is it going to take? Really? What is it going to take? I want to highlight one play in particular because this is what we keep doing every week and we need to stop doing it. Draw a play with a loaded box. Stop this nonsense. Cam, audible out of that garbage. Please. You've been in the league for how many years, man? You already know this doesn't work. Audible out of that trash. There's no excuse for it. Now, if it's a setup play for something, fine. But don't do it when it's a loaded box. Darnold, on the other hand, was just like, well, I'm going to follow our old buddy in the press boxes ideas letter for letter, note for note. This is what he wants us to do. We'll see how that will. We saw how well that worked out. And this is one of those old Joe Brady mistakes that he kept making. And he kept telling the quarterback, okay, I want to draw play with a, on such and such downs and such situations. And all of a sudden, Cam comes up there, sees the loaded box, does an audible out of it, and here comes the draw play for no gain. Wasted play. Completely wasted play. And there's two things that drive me absolutely crazy. One, don't waste a play like that. And two, don't waste stupid timeouts trying to put people in positions when they're too slow to figure out that they're supposed to be in a certain place. Let them get penalized for that. Let them learn. That's the only way they're going to learn. And I applaud Matt Rule on that one. When we got hit with the delay of game, he actually was right about that. The play clock was not moving. So he was right about that. However, he didn't save these guys, man. He didn't save them today. He said, you know what? You guys are going to learn your lessons. I'm tired of this crap. If you commit a holding penalty, you're getting flagged for it. You commit a false start, you're getting flagged for it. You have illegal motion, you're getting flagged for it. We have delay a game, you're getting flagged for it. I'm tired of this trash. That's what I would have done to the head coach. I would have said, no, I'm done with this. Y'all gonna learn. It's gonna show up on film, and y'all are gonna learn. Or y'all can keep doing this and keep costing our offense. I don't care. But I'm not using my timeouts on this foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not gonna do it. If I was a head coach, I'm just not gonna do that. If it kills a drive, it kills a drive. it shows up in the stats, and we could talk about it on Monday. You know, we could start to fix that problem on Monday. That way it doesn't happen again at all after that point. One-time thing, one-time problem can be fixed and not happen again. Bill Belichick can tell you that. He's fixed millions of those types of problems. He sees one thing on tape and he says, okay, we're focusing on that. That's getting fixed this week. And by golly, it gets fixed. You never see this man. You never see any of these players make the same mistakes twice on that New England team. Especially not when Tom Brady was there and Gronk was there. That man was on point, and he made sure that same mistake never happens again. He's like Mr. Fix-It out there. I don't know how he does it. I'd love to know. But the discipline that man shows, as a head coach, should set a bar for all the head coaches out there in the league. And I'm not really one of those people that's going to kiss the butt of New England, because I can't stand New England. Trust me, I can't stand that team. Ever since 04 and 05, when they beat us in the Super Bowl, I hated that team ever since. With a fiery passion. Everybody wants to say, oh, I hate the Saints, I hate the Falcons. I hate the Patriots. With a fiery passion. But I know how to respect certain coaches and certain players for what they do. I give them their due respect where it is due. And when a coach is setting a precedence, man, I notice. I pay attention to it. And I give proper accolades. So, that being said, we go back to the subject of audibles and Cam. Did we learn our lesson yet? Or are we still content to keep living in the shadow of Joe Brady and his McDonald's playbook? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Ugh, God. Makes me sick. Alright, so that's realistically it as far as stats, I think, that I can cover. I think I got everything. I will say again, I did support the fourth down try in the fourth quarter because of two reasons. One, the amount of timeouts that we had. Two, the amount of clock that was out there for us, on that drive. Three, we may never see that ball again. We're lucky if we do see it again with 3.5 minutes left. We'd be very lucky. As much as that running back duo was steamrolling us, yeah, there's not much chance that we would see that ball again. We got lucky. All right? And I want to shout out Mr. Stephen Gilmore for keeping us alive in that game for as long as you did with that one play. much love to you, man. Much love. Because at that point, I thought we were dead in the woods. And you kept us alive a little longer. And, respect to you and much love to you, man. When we were trying to keep this game from going sideways, and, that's what's up, man. But yeah, I supported the decision on that fourth down. I thought, if we can just get a little check down pass, just get us out of trouble, it'll work. And that's exactly what Cam was thinking too, So he convinces Matt Rule after the crowd boos the fact that we took him off the field. And he says, okay, let's see if we can make this work. CMC, check down, first down, easy money, man. This man's going to be one-on-one on this certain play. This should be easy money. Let's see if we can get it. Inches short. But here's the thing, man. Panther fans, after this point, are still going to be looking at that play like, are you sure that he crossed that line? Are you sure? Are you 1,000% sure? That ball spot was as accurate as it could have been. And to me, I would have to say yes. I would have to say yes. After watching it about 4 or 5 times, yeah. It's sad, it's disappointing, but it is what it is. I gotta call it what it is. And, he gave the ball back to Washington with plenty of time, and that killed our timeouts. It's sad, but it happened. But there you go. All right. So moving on to playoff predictions. All right. Is this properly on screen? Yes, it is. Good. Good. All right. So this is week 11, right? We're at week 11. Oof. All right. So we failed to get the win over Washington. We are now number 8. We're on the outside looking in. The Eagles now have that 7 spot. And they secured that with a win over the Saints. Okay. Stream's frozen. Give me just a minute. Technical difficulties, right? All right. So the Eagles won that game. Vikings beat Green Bay. So we're adjusting these based on what's happened already today, right? Let's pull up ESPN. Let's get some of these scores. plugged in here. These wins and losses plugged in. Then we can go from there, right? All right. The first thing I noticed on this screen is Big Ben returning against the Chargers. God, that man's an absolute dinosaur right now of a quarterback. He's still there. He's still there, folks. My goodness. Alright, so here's the surprising one. Colts beat Buffalo 41-15. That's the one I didn't expect to happen. Total shocker. Alright, so Colts beat Buffalo. Doesn't really change much. Baltimore beats Chicago. And you'll see how many of these I actually predicted correctly as we go along here. Baltimore over Chicago. Got that correct. Alright, moving on. 13-10 Cleveland over Detroit. Got that one correct. Detroit's awful. San Francisco. Ugh, excuse me. San Francisco over Jacksonville. Predicted. Minnesota over Green Bay. Which we just plugged that one in. Alright, so Miami over the Jets. Correct. Houston over Tennessee. Now that's kind of a shock. But it doesn't really change much in the picture. All right, because Tennessee is still 14-3 at the end of this, and the Texans are still terrible. So moving on. Cincinnati recovers and beats the Las Vegas Raiders. Okay, so we got that going on. Interesting, right? All right. And we got KC beating the Cowboys. Now, that's not really going to change much in the NFC picture because, again, the Cowboys, I'm expecting the Cowboys to win a lot more games after this Chiefs one. So, but we'll go ahead and log this one in, even though I don't think it's going to matter. Grand scheme of things, you're still looking at 13 wins total for Dallas. Arizona beats Seattle. Now, this one may affect us. But maybe not. Okay. And we get the Giants and Tampa Bay on Monday night. Now, what are the odds that the Giants somehow pull off yet another NFC South upset? This is the craziest thing I've ever seen with the Giants. This is a very strange year. How these guys have managed to almost beat Atlanta. Let me show you all this, man. For the people that missed it last stream, I want to show you all this. This is an absolute trip. 2 out of their 3 wins are NFC South opponents. This is one of the most interesting things I've ever seen. So, they come within 3 points of beating the Falcons, 17-14. Next week, they beat the Saints 27-21. Alright. So, imagine if they had actually gotten that win over the Falcons. That's 2. That's 2. Then, they beat us 25-3. That's 3. And now they're playing the Buccaneers after somehow miraculously getting a win over the Las Vegas Raiders. 23-16. What is going on here? I have never seen such from the Giants in my life. And I've been watching these NFL teams for a long time, and I've never seen this happen before. If they beat Tampa Bay, they get the trifecta of the top 3 NFC South teams. Think about that, folks. The Giants have now ruined our playoff hopes. They've also ruined the Saints' playoff hopes to where they're trying to find a little scrap at the table, with the 6th seed. Maybe the 7th. And now they're about to knock down Tampa Bay. If you can believe that. If that's even humanly possible at this point. Which the Bucks have been struggling a little bit, so I'm not saying it's totally out there in left field right now. It could happen. Can you imagine if it does? Think about that, man. Let's look at this, man. If they somehow beat the Buccaneers, okay? Let's log that in as a loss for Tampa Bay. That puts us within two games of the division lead. At that point, 2nd place in the division, 1 above the Saints. Okay. At 8-9, followed by the Falcons at 7-10. Who have somehow only managed to win 1 division game. But what if the Giants pull this off? Interesting. I'm just saying, man. Alright. So, back to the scores. You got New England over the Falcons, obviously. And this Chargers game will probably be a blowout as well over Pittsburgh. That's not what concerns me. What concerns me is San Francisco, Philadelphia, Green Bay, Minnesota, and the Saints as of right now. Arizona might be in that mix too. We'll see. Those are the teams I'm singling out at the moment. On my first run through. Okay, so all of these have been factored in, including the upsets now. All right, so we can kind of move on to week 12. Week 12. Now, supposedly, if we can get a win over the Dolphins, that may help us. Okay. So let's kind of play around with this little chart here for a little bit. All right, so we got the Vikings 49ers game here, and I think Vikings win that one. Eagles over the Giants. Rams over Green Bay. Oh, that could go sideways. Who knows? But that's division leaders. Don't really care about that. If Buffalo beats the Saints, which I believe they will, Saints are sitting at 8-9, finishes the season. Due to predictions here. What if the Colts somehow knock off Tampa Bay? And we get that win over the Dolphins? Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas to us because we're one game out from the division lead. I'm just saying it could happen. The Colts are playing some good ball lately. Now then, we got to get that win over the Dolphins, though, if we want this opportunity right here. Okay, so New England beats Tennessee. I see that happening. Doesn't really affect the picture over here in the AFC much. But, we can keep dreaming, right? Ravens over Browns. Browns are not showing much on offense right now, which is why I've got Baltimore in that prediction. But we'll see. Who knows? Bengals over the Steelers. So we shall see how this changes everything else. That being said, if San Francisco beats the Vikings, nothing changes. If Green Bay beats the Rams, nothing changes. If Seattle beats Washington, nothing changes. This is not the week where things start to change. That's just week 12. Week 13, we got a bye week. Now, week 13, here's where things start to become fireworks. I think Dallas in week 13 recovers against the Saints. That's going to be a win for them on Thursday night. Cards beat the Bears, obviously. Bucks beat the Falcons, obviously. That's a recovery game for Tampa Bay. Vikings beat the Lions, obviously there. Eagles beat the Jets. Yeah. All right. So The one game that we need to be concerned about I would say is for that week the San Francisco and Seattle game. It's going to have a big impact right there. Cowboys and Saints. If the Saints somehow pull off that upset, they tie us for second place. That's the other one that we got to worry about. But if the Cowboys win in week 13, we need to root for the Cowboys in that week. And I hate rooting for the Cowboys. I can't stand it. But whatever it takes to get a shot at the playoffs again. Whatever it takes. And these are just crazy scenarios that could happen. So of course we got the Chargers over the Bengals. Chiefs over the Broncos. Colts over the Texans. Ravens over the Steelers. Bills over the Pats. I mean, that's just, come on. Which sets up a division lead battle between Buffalo and New England at 12-5. I can see that happening for sure. That's going to be a crazy game right there. If New England wins that battle against Buffalo, they take the division back. But if Buffalo wins, they continue to hold on to the division lead. Because they've already beaten New England once. Okay. That being said, that still doesn't affect us. So week 14, here's where things start to get a little hairy. And 14 on up to 18, this is where our record starts to get affected a little bit. Okay. Cowboys over Washington. We beat the Falcons that week. Coming off the bye. Green Bay beats Chicago. Rams beat the Cards. Now, I'm going to test this out because Arizona is going to be in a battle with the Rams for first place here in week 14. And I don't believe they've played each other up to this point. So, that being said, that's going to be a real interesting battle. I got to give it to the Rams right now. But we'll see. Vikes over the Steelers, 49ers over the Bengals. I'm not going to count on the Bengals to sustain their rise to power here. I'm not going to count on that. I think the Niners win that game. Saints over the Jets. Seattle over the Texans. I've got the Broncos beating the Lions. Which, I mean, both are terrible. So one of them's got to win, and I believe it's going to be Denver. Chargers over Giants. Bills over Tampa Bay. AFC side, you got the Ravens over Cleveland. I think the Chiefs are starting to make a comeback here. Chiefs are starting to make a comeback. I can see that. And Titans over the Jags. Who cares? Not important. Screen's frozen right now, so just give it a minute. All right. My thought is that when I was going through the first projections, I saw the Eagles, I saw the Niners, I saw the Vikings. In contention. I didn't want to have to refresh it because I had to reset all these doggone choices, but that's gonna drive me nuts having to go back through this. Oh, come on, man. Alright, there we go. Is it gonna reset my choices? Okay, it did not. Alright. Good. Just to make sure. Okay. Alright, so we're moving on to week 15. Week 15 tells us that starting with the top down, we got Eagles over Washington. I see that happening. Washington might pull off a random upset there against the Eagles. I could see it. Cowboys over the Giants, obviously. Cards over the Lions. Niners over the Falcons. Rams over the Seahawks. I think that's going to be a split right there between the Rams and the Seahawks. I honestly do. But what if the Saints beat the Buccaneers? In week 15? What if they somehow manage to win that game on that Sunday of the week 15? That puts us in the division lead, tied up 9-8, 9-8, 9-8. And we control the division because we have already won 5 division games. Interesting scenario, right? It could happen. The Saints could upset them. And that would take the Bills game out of the equation for us. We could take that L safely and not have to worry about that Bills game. Which I believe is going to happen either way. I think we're going to take that L against Buffalo either way, man. Green Bay gets that win over Baltimore. Vikings beat the Bears. All right. Other side, you got the Chiefs over the Chargers. You got the Raiders over the Browns. You got the Colts getting a surprising win over New England that they're not supposed to get. Dolphins over the Jets. Texans beat the Jags. Titans beat the Steelers. And Bengals beat Denver. Now, for those watching on stream, you can see how tight this race is in the AFC West between the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Raiders. And I told you this battle was going to come down to the wire. I told you it was. These guys split with each other so much that it's just nuts. But you're still going to have the Chiefs in control with a 12-5 record. I don't think they advance further in the playoffs with that record there. Maybe that's just me, but they got to beat the Chargers to make it convincing for me. Because I'm just not buying into them. All right, so we're going to keep continuing on with the Saints beating Tampa in Week 15, right? That's the dream right there. All right, Week 16. Eagles beat the Giants. Falcons beat the Lions. We get that big clutch win against Tampa in Week 16. And look at this. We're in control. What if Tampa wins? They get control of the division. We're in 9 slot. We're way out. We got to get that win. Now, Vikings and Rams. What if the Vikings somehow get that win over the Rams? They go to 11-6. So, at this point, we're sitting here with a 9-8 record, barely holding on to the division lead, and hoping that it'll be enough. Saints over the Dolphins. What if the Dolphins somehow pull off this upset over the Saints? That puts Tampa Bay right there in the 7th seed. I mean, these are all scenarios that can happen. I'm not saying they will happen. I'm saying they can happen. I've seen a lot crazier things this year. A lot of crazy things. The craziest yet is the Giants, though. Like, that's new to me. I was not expecting that. Alright, so Colts over the Cards. I could see that happening. Which would put the Rams in full control of a tie for the West. Okay, so Titans and 49ers. I'm going to vote Titans on that one. I really do believe that'll happen. Raiders over the Broncos, Chiefs over the Steelers, Chargers over the Texans, Pats over the Bills here in Week 16. Jags over the Jets, Ravens over the Bengals. Again, not betting on the Bengals at all. They've got to prove it to me, man. They got to prove it to me if they want me to pick them. Because right now I'm not buying in. And let's assume the Saints beat the Dolphins. If the Saints beat the Dolphins, there's still a three-way tie, at 9-8, but we still hold the division lead. And both the Saints and the Bucks are out. Outside looking in at this point. So we move on to the 17th week, and we get our big win against the Saints. Washington gets their crazy win against again. But this time, that puts the Saints into the playoff slot. So what we need is for the Eagles to win in week 17. So that we can take the Saints out of the equation. Now, Green Bay over the Vikings. Ooh, excuse me. Seattle over the Lions. And we're going to continue on like the Eagles have beaten Washington here in week 17. But moving on. Cowboys beat the Cards. And Bears beat the Giants. Moving over to the middle section here, we got the Rams beating the Ravens. I've got San Francisco beating Houston, Tampa Bay beating the Jets, Bills beating the Falcons, obviously. Chiefs beat the Bengals. Colts beat the Raiders, taking them out of the playoff hunt, essentially. Pats beat the Jaguars. Titans beat the Dolphins. Chargers beat the Broncos. And Cleveland beats Pittsburgh. All right. Which I think at that point, Pittsburgh beats Cleveland because Big Ben is back. So, wow. All right, so at this stage, even if Tampa beats us in week 18, we've already got control of the division. But if we win that game in week 18, we've got solid control of the division and it's locked up. It's not going anywhere. Now, moving on down, you got the Eagles and Cowboys. I got Cowboys, Saints over the Falcons, Washington over the Giants, Green Bay over the Lions, Vikings over the Bears. Saints are still sitting there at second place. Keep that in mind. Tampa is still sitting there at second place. Tied for second place right there. With a 9-8 record, 3-3 in division. Now we move on to Cardinals over the Seahawks. I think that'll be a surprise win for the Cards. It won't really matter much, but it's because of all the subs, not being in. I can see that happening. Rams beat the 49ers. Yep. All right, so you move over. Bills beat the Jets. Bengals beat the Browns. Pats beat the Dolphins. Colts beat the Jags. Ravens beat the Steelers. Titans over the Texans. Chiefs over the Broncos. Chiefs over the Raiders. Chargers over the Raiders. Okay. So, that being said, that is our path to winning the division, if it is possible. And what you are seeing here on stream is the realistic possibility of what could happen. Meaning we would get 4th seed, ladies and gentlemen. It's still there. But let's talk about what all has to happen for us to get that division lead. First of all, week 17, we have to beat the Saints in order for that to happen. We don't beat the Saints, they get the division. Outright, they get it. If Washington beats the Eagles, Saints are in the picture. That's just week 17. So what we need to do is we need to root for the Eagles in week 17. I'm going to write all this down. But I just want y'all to see this on stream if you're watching this on YouTube. And for those watching on Facebook, you guys are getting an audio version of this. But I'm going to write all these scenarios in a post for the people on Facebook, so don't worry. You're getting this too. You're all getting this too. Alright, so that's week 16, right? 16, moving on. Moving on down the chain here. We have got to beat Tampa Bay in week 16. Otherwise, they take the division. And we're out. We need the Saints to beat the Dolphins. Or the Bucks are in the playoffs. You see how important this is, folks. Alright, so what if now we go back to week 15, right? This is just a recap. We can take that L to the Buffalo Bills in 15. But we need the Saints to beat the Buccaneers in order for us to have a shot. And fully secure our spot at number 1. So that Saints-Bucks game in week 15 is the most critical one. We need the Saints to win. again, we can take that L to Buffalo, but we need the Saints to beat Tampa Bay. To week 14. We need to beat the Falcons, obviously, which we will. I have no doubt of that. Here's where you get in some trouble, though. What if Tampa Bay beats the Bills? Can't let that happen. Come on, Buffalo. We need Buffalo to beat them. Gotta have it. Okay. Week 13. If we don't beat the Saints, we're out. Saints take the division. So, I'm starting to understand what this pathing is now. Yes. It's there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is there. We have got to beat the Falcons. Obviously, that's a thing that we need to do. So moving on to 13. Let's see what's going on 13. If the Saints beat the Cowboys, they get division lead and we're out. You see how sensitive this is right now. You see how many things have to go our way right now. This could happen, guys. A lot of these random wins could happen. We've got to beat the Dolphins in order for all of this to begin. If the Saints beat the Bills, that still leaves us out. All right. We are heavily reliant on the Bills to help us out in order for us to get a division lead. And this also accounts for the Saints beating the Tampa Bay Bucks randomly later on in week 15. There's a lot that has to go into this in order for us to have a shot. Now, if we want a wild card shot, we got to jump through some hoops, man. So there's a lot that needs to go unchecked here. And again, if everything goes according to what we want, to where we have that 9-8, and we have that division lead, we can accept that Bills loss. That's okay. This is going to be rough, man. But I'm not saying that these upsets can't happen. A lot of them can't. It's not looking promising, but a lot of this is going to depend on Buffalo. Whatever happens with the Saints, there's also a Washington and Eagles game. at some point that could affect us as well. So this is going to be really interesting. Underdog Sports, this is Kenny's channel, so go check that out if you haven't already. But we played good today, but good isn't good enough to get a win in a game that is very, very crucial to controlling our playoff destiny and our chances of getting that wild card spot. All right, so I'm going to show you New England's pathing right here. And it's going to be a tight battle between you and Buffalo. Since I know this man is a Patriots fan. I see a split happening there between these two. I could definitely see that split happening. Buffalo's got a really, really full depth team. And I definitely see Buffalo going 12-5. That's a very high possibility. If by any chance Buffalo were to lose to the Saints, and I believe Buffalo is playing the Saints in one of these weeks here, that makes things a lot more interesting for you. But it really puts pressure on us. We got to get that win over the Bucs at home for us to have a shot at that division. But that's regardless. I don't think the Falcons are going to lose to them. So I'm just trying to see where that one is. I think it's 13 maybe. Saints and Cowboys. That's not it. Yeah, right here. If the Saints beat the Bills, look at that. Look at how that changes right there. Wow. Right? And my Panthers sit in second place. Big game right there. So, as Panther fans, we need Buffalo to beat the Saints. As New England fans, you guys are going to want to root for the Saints. And it ain't going to be easy for you guys to take control of that division. Even if you get that lucky win. Because you still got to go through Buffalo to do it. And that's not going to be... Yeah, you might have it right now. You might have it right now, Kenny. Division lead, yep. Patriots might have it now, but they won't hold it. Buffalo's been on an absolute tear this year. Let me show you what Buffalo's been doing. And this will kind of put this into perspective. Because now Buffalo has become a major, major factor for both of our teams. And that's a big loss for Buffalo today against the Colts. 41-15. That's the reason you have the lead right now in the division. And the reason we have a shot. If this didn't happen today, this would be a whole different game. Be a whole different pathing right here. So let's take a look at those Bills. 3-2 at home. Alright, so they took that early L to the Steelers. They got that win against the Dolphins. Got the win against Washington. Texans. easy pathing here for 3 games, for the Bills, who are pretty much a loaded team. They get that win against a struggling Chiefs team. Take the L against a red hot Titans team at the time. Get the win against the Dolphins. Lose against the Jaguars, but look at this. They only give up 9 points. Big win against the Jets. And a huge upset by the Colts here. So these next few games are going to be really crucial. We're going to see what happens in the next 4. This could be real interesting, man. I don't know what's going to happen. The NFL's been such an up and down roller coaster of a ride this year. And like I said, as crazy as this has been, and I pointed this out earlier, the Giants have now beaten 2 out of the 4 NFC South teams. Yes, the Giants. The lowly Giants. And they almost beat the Falcons as well. If they somehow get a win against Tampa, that's the trifecta of the toughest NFC South teams out there right now. That's wild. You can't make this stuff up. Wow. Alright, so you got Cincinnati recovering. Might be too little too late for them, though. And that Philadelphia upset over the Saints sets us up as well. Right there, the 40-29 upset. We got a shot. It's a slim one, guys, but it's there. So there you have it. I'll be posting up the different pathings throughout the week of what we would have to get the division lead, what we would need for a wild card, should we wish to try to get the wild card and not be able to get the division at a certain point, but in any case, I definitely see us losing to Buffalo in any scenario. That is a really, really tough team, and I don't see it. I just don't see it. No matter how well we play, Buffalo is just that loaded. And you got to have a really, really tough team like the Colts open the door for us, which they just did, for us to have a shot at beating Buffalo. So, this is going to be real interesting. Tampa Bay's been on a little bit of a slide lately. So we got that opportunity there. But I guarantee you Tom Brady's going to hang at least 30 points on the Giants. At least. It's going to be bloody. You don't want any part of that game if you're a Giants fan. Or maybe you do. The way things have been going with the Giants, and it's weird, the last game that they won was the Raiders. That's their 3rd win. Imagine that. No one's paying any attention to New York, but yet that's happened. Yeah, the Patriots defense is amazing. Like, honestly, I'm not surprised we had trouble in that game. That game ended up exactly how I expected it to. With that exact score. I mean, we were having trouble with the quarterback position, with the offensive line. Sean Chandler at the time. So that does not surprise me. But taking this L to Washington is not good for us at all. Imagine had we won this game. Okay? Think about if we had actually won this game today. I'm going to show you what this is going to do for us. Boom. 10-7. Now, where did I say that game was? Week 15, right? Yep. Where is actually the Bucks winning that game, I believe. Either way, they're still rotating back and forth here, depending on that game. That means we would have had total control. Because we've already won 5 games in the division. That's happened. Or that's going to happen if we split with the Bucks, beat the Saints, and beat the Falcons, which is very, very doable. Everything that happens outside of our game is what's going to affect where we end up. This is why I was trying to tell y'all we needed this Washington game today. We needed it. We were desperate for it. And the fact that we choked yet again tells me this team is not ready. That is what I see realistically happening. Bucks win over the Saints week 15, and they take the division. We get second place. We're out of the playoffs. Even though we still got 5-1 in the division, it still does not matter. Because we can't beat a lowly Ron Rivera-led Washington team. This is out of our hands. This is out of our hands now. And it's sad. It really is. So, that being said, that's where our pathings are. The Chiefs are starting to come back. Yes. That's a good point. I'll tell you who's surprising me lately. And that's the Colts. I didn't expect them to go on a hot streak like this and play as well as they have. And to run through Buffalo like that, the Colts are ready for a playoff run. No doubt. They're ready for a playoff run. They got to get there first, but it's possible. Now teams that are going to take a tumble that look really good right now. And that is the Bengals. It's going to be the first one that takes a tumble. The Raiders are going to take a tumble. They really already have. I don't even know how Denver is still in the hunt right now. They shouldn't be. Lions, of course, get a random win at the end, as they always do, and go 1 for 15 and 1. No secret there. It's going to be between Green Bay and the Vikes for control of the division. Cowboys control the divisions 14-3. Eagles 9-8. Although you might see a surprise Eagles win over the Cowboys to make that 13-4, and the Eagles 10-9, 10-8. You could see it. It could happen. And Washington could ruin a couple people's days too, like they just did today. So don't underestimate that. Also, don't underestimate the Giants pulling off a random upset out of nowhere too. They've done it a few times this year. They're still going to be sitting at 4-13 though. Rams, Cards, battling for the division. I mean, that's typical right there. Seattle's struggling, but they're just not quite there. And I just see an all-out battle between these two, in which the Rams would have the tiebreaker since they have the 14 wins. So realistically, that's what I see happening. Baltimore controls the North. Tennessee controls the South, with a tight battle between the Colts. And that Western division is always a fight, man, in the AFC. It's always a three-way battle between the Chargers, Chiefs, and Raiders. Always. It just gets nutty every year. You just never know what's going to happen. And it can be the difference of just one game, one win or loss, can make all the difference in that battle. So if you're Andy Reid, if you're the Chargers coach, you're going, every win is crucial on this board. Every win is crucial that we can get. And that's the mentality that we have to have as Panther fans, If we want this division, or if we want a playoff spot, every win is crucial. It's still barely there. But like I said, we missed the playoff train, so we got to try to get on the playoff airplane and hope that the cheap seats will be enough to get us in. However, if a few teams miss that train too, you never know. You never know. Couple of random upsets could happen. All right. So that's that. It is almost 10 o'clock on the East Coast. We could do a mock draft if you would like. That is up to y'all. Would you like to see one? I mean, I'm not partial either way. You know, I could definitely go another couple of hours here. That'd be fine with me. Um, I'm in no hurry, and you guys already know what these picks are going to be. So, um, the only thing that's different is going to be the draft order. Let's do it. Okay, so where are we in the draft order? We are 12th. Look at this, folks. We're 12th in the draft order. Hmm. Look at this shift right now. How about that? Okay. That being said, we don't have a second round. We don't have a third round. This is just way too early drafts, So we'll just roll with it. Let's see what we get. Okay, you'll expect to see Evan Neal go off the board early in the top 10. That makes sense to me. There's some edge rushers, there's some defensive tackles, but Evan Neal is probably what we want if we want to end up in the top 10 from Alabama. If you want a guard, there's Kenyon Green from Texas A&M that just went here at number 10. All right, but we got a number 12 spot. And as y'all already know, I do plan on trading out of the first round because all of the players I want are in the second, third, fourth rounds down. I don't see anything in the first round that I really am locked in on. Unless those Alabama offensive tackles and guards end up in the first round, then I'm content to move down into the second and third just fine. Because as of right now, let me show y'all where they're lined up in the mocks. You got two Georgia offensive tackles sitting at 158, 175. These guys don't seem to have moved. Yeah, so I don't see a tackle from Alabama until you move like way on down here. I think there was one. Oof. Nope. So it's just the two Georgia tackles then is probably what I would go for. All right, so guard. Your first Alabama guard is at 101. And we got Deontay Brown. As far as I'm concerned, I'm happy with Deontay Brown. I need to see more of him, but right now I'm happy with him. I think that's a hit still. I still believe it. I still believe in him. You got an Oklahoma guard? At 140, these guys are not changing really. Tyrese Robinson at 317. Nothing exciting there, right? So you want to jump on these guys probably second round. Based on these projections, in order to make sure that you get these guys that you want. If your target is Emil, the offensive guard, say you want Emil. That's a 101. Now, a 101 placed accurately is in the bottom of the third round. So if you want Emil, he might move up a little bit towards the middle of the third round. As far as team needs, in mocks. But as far as real life, you're looking at second round. Definitely second round. So if you want Emo, you'll want to get him in the first 15 picks of the second round. That's how that's going to roll. Because otherwise, he's going to be gone. I mean, Alabama linebacker, offensive linemen are highly sought after. That's why I suggest trading out of the first round and getting a second round pick and a third. It's going to be crucial. We have choices of we could go for Ikem from North Carolina State if you want a local North Carolina guy, but honestly, no. I want somebody that's going to last. Emil, Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma, Tyrese Robinson from Oklahoma, Kane Madden from Notre Dame. You want people like that are from like solid schools that have been putting out solid guys over and over and over consistently. All right, so let's go into this. Texans want to give me a 35, a 66, and an 83, and a next year's second. Interesting. Okay. Now, judging by the fact that Emo is at 101, I had a 77 guy. Yep. Here we go. Alec Lindstrom moved down to 78. Okay, that's fine. Alright, cool. What other changes do we have here? Okay. JT Daniels is at 173. That didn't really change much. Alright. I'm just kind of looking at the guys that I was already looking at just to see where they changed to. Okay. Same stuff, basically. Defensive tackle. The guys I was focused on. Dante was repeatedly deep fried by McLaurin. He isn't worth top notch money. Says Vietnam. Here's the weird part, Vietnam, because Dante has been putting up great production all year long up until McLaurin. So, I mean, one lazy game and all of a sudden, is not worth top-notch money? Yeah, no. We need to restock our O-line. Our D line and O line. Okay, O line, yes, absolutely. D line, I think our D line's okay. They could be better, but they're I'm pretty happy with it. You know, um, they're not the best out there, but they get the job done. You know what I'm saying? Like it was back in the day, 14 and 15. You remember the defensive line we had back in 14 and 15. The defensive tackles weren't really spectacular, but they got the job done. You know what I mean? Like they weren't big names or anything. They got the job done. It wasn't until we got to the Super Bowl everybody started recognizing these guys, and they're just like, "Oh, okay." Now these guys wanted big checks, and that's why they're gone. Um, fast forward to now, these guys aren't really big name guys, but they're getting the job done. Nixon, Brown, these guys aren't spectacular, but if you think back to the early part of the year, these guys were excellent run stoppers. You know, against teams like against the easier teams out there, they were excellent run stoppers. When they were faced up against decent run stoppers, they got the job done. It wasn't spectacular numbers, but they got it done. You know, and it wasn't up until you know the Eagles, Vikings, and then that Patriots game was bad. You know, they started running over them on that one. But I mean, pass rush wise, I'm happy. I like Brian Burns. I like Warren Haynes. I'm happy with them. Yeah, I'm not in a hurry to get replacements for those guys. But what I'm looking at is where did these guys move to in this mock? Okay. All right. So Jordan Davis is now 17th. I see. All right. And he's from Georgia as a defensive tackle. All right. Okay. Pretty much the same stuff that we've been looking at each week. Yep, and there's your pair of Alabama edge rushers down here at 242 and 262 that I was talking about heavily. I was scouting them heavily yesterday. He isn't? What are you talking about? He isn't. Who are we talking about? Need a bit more info there, man. Brown keeps getting bullied up front. I mean, yeah, after the Dallas game, and here's the issue, Matt, because at least four of these teams, four of the major teams had an excellent run game, and also two or three really good wide receivers. So you have to shift the coverage to stop one of these areas. It's a numbers game. It really is a numbers game. Either you shift all your defensive players away from the run to stop the wide receivers, and shut them down and let the running back run circles around you, or you shift a couple of these guys that are covering these really good wide receivers and have them one-on-one with D-Jack and Keith Taylor or Gilmore or whoever you put over there, and you might stop the run, but look at all the yards that these wide receivers are racking up. And Keith Taylor gets run over one-on-one. So what do? It's a numbers game. And that's the trouble we ran into with Dallas. Arizona would have given us that same problem had everybody been in. But how can we compete when we can't stop the run? And that's exactly it. You got to choose one or the other. And it's never that simple. It really never is that simple. When you're talking about that many weapons to try to stop in one game. And I'll give you an example. This particular game, here's the thing. You can either choose McLaurin or you can choose to try to stop the running game. And in this game, we had D-Jack have a lazy game, plus Shaq had a lazy game, so they both got roasted. Oven roasted. So what are we supposed to do with that? That's why you can't have lazy games. We had both these running backs racking up almost 150 yards. Total. And that's not even counting Taylor Heinicke, Patterson, and Carter. Well, Carter you just scratch out because that's minus 3 yards. But still, that's not even counting Taylor or Patterson. So if we shift all our focus onto McLaurin, who only gets like 4 catches a game against a good defense when everybody's playing well, and I see our secondary as being decent, and pretty good, on a general day, But when we're playing slack and ball, yeah, he gets about 5 targets out of 7, and he racks up 103 yards because we're playing lazy. That's a lazy day on G-Jack's part. He picked a heck of a game for it to happen, too. So, you're talking about McLaurin that barely gets over 60 yards per game, against good defenses. I refuse to believe this man is a Pro Bowl wide receiver. I refuse to believe it. Looking at his numbers this year, I refuse to believe that. And that's without Curtis Samuel in. Can you imagine what Curtis Samuel would do to this defense? With D-Jack having a bad day? Oh boy. Oh boy, that would be bad. And we all know what Curtis Samuel can do. So we got lucky that man wasn't in. And we chose to shut down Adam Humphries, We chose to shut down Bates. And it's this back and forth with the wide receivers each week with our secondaries because either we stop the star wide receiver and we still get these 3-for-3 catches for like 30 something yards, a pop, or we choose to shut down all these little knick-knack wide receivers, but the star wide receiver gets 100 yards. Which one do you pick? It's every week with this defense, really. And it's tough. It's really tough. And I got respect for Phil Snow because he has to make that decision each week. Which one are we choosing? And with that going on, you don't pay as much attention to the running backs. Well, guess what? The running backs get almost 150 yards. Who do you choose? It's a three-way battle here, man. No, there's no way you can totally win on all three fronts. There's no way. And imagine if that had been Curtis Samuel instead of McLaurin getting 100 yards. Then I could see it, you know? Again, do you try to shut down Curtis Samuel and leave all these knick-knack wide receivers like McLaurin out there, get a couple of yards, get all these little knick-knack first downs and keep the chains moving? Meanwhile, you got Gibson and McKissick racking up 150 yards? Or what do? Do you shut all that down and hope to God Curtis Samuel doesn't get touchdowns on you? Which, I mean, is a huge gamble if he was in. That's if he was in that scenario. So, I mean, where this 100 yards came from McLaurin, I have no idea. He just got hot today, apparently. Or did he? Because Shaq was having a lazy game, too. And Keith Taylor got burnt a handful of times, too. So it wasn't just D-Jack. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to take all the aspects into account. You can't just take D-Jack. And you can't just focus on just stopping the run. It's not that simple. And teams ever since the Cowboys have figured that out about us. That we can't decide what we want to do. And it shifts every week. And they're taking full advantage of it. Because all of them have had weapons that can do this. A number of weapons. Such as the Eagles, Vikings, Patriots, Arizona, to a degree, has done it. And now Washington has done it. Because they all have the weapons to be able to pull that off. So you can't consistently stop the run every week and have a top 10 rushing defense every week, because then your secondary gets shredded. Then what? Oh, we need corner help? We got corner help. Now what? Phil Snow is just trying to figure out any way he could patchwork this defense into a respectable top 10 every week. And give him credit, he's pulled it off so far. But once we face the Bills, that's where the buck stops. That's where it stops, man. Because Buffalo's got all kinds of weapons out the wazoo. And there's just no way you're stopping them all. Tom Brady's just too good, too. You're not stopping all his weapons either. So what do you do in those two games? Well, with the Buccaneers, you want to focus on the wide receivers, take as many of those targets away from Tom Brady as you can. Yes, that opens up the run, but at least you're taking away Tom Brady's target so he doesn't kill you in the air, which is what he loves to do. All right, so the Bills, it's not as simple as you might think, because guess what? Their quarterback can run. So you got that added element in there. Plus, he's an absolute gun runner this year. I mean, he's just killing people while on the run. So he's creating plays. What do you do with that? I would not want to be Phil Snow this year, man. Good luck to him, man. That's wow. When you take all of this into account, man, Phil Snow is doing a heck of a job as a defense coordinator right now. Give this man the respect he's due. Because it's just so hard to go into these games and fully take away like 3/4 of these weapons successfully. I don't know how any defense coordinator pulls it off, much less Phil. But we were able to do it up till this game. And then Taylor just went on an absolute tear today. It wouldn't matter how good your coverage is. He's still going to find a way to get that ball in there. I mean, look at this. That 16 for 22 does not do him justice today. It just does not. I don't care how many times you look at these numbers, it just doesn't do him justice. If you watched him throw any of those balls today, it was like zip, zip, zip. And I was just like, dang, man. I don't even know how he fit that one into double coverage into the end zone. I don't even know how that happened. That was one of the most smallest windows I've ever seen a quarterback throw one into in a double coverage. And somehow he managed to do it. That was wild. Respect to him. That was wild. So, getting back to the run stopping, yeah, that's pretty much what you're dealing with. In every game, it changes because you're dealing with a different offensive scheme every week with different weapons, but the same end result. You got to choose. How does that work out? You got to play the game. Some of these guys might be cold. Some of them might be hot that day. Who knows? Just depends, man. But hopefully I answered your question or your statement with a lot of info there. Alright, so I know that was really long-winded, but it required a long-winded explanation for it. Alright, let's see what these other deals are, just for curiosity's sake. Second and a fourth. Okay. Alright, well, I don't think we're working with the Jets. That's not enough. Cardinals, Texans are willing to offer me a lot more. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because the Texans were willing to give me 3 picks and then a second next year to move down. I could see that, maybe. Could see that. But I think we start hunting the year. I think we start negotiating. I think we're going to start with the Cards because the Cards want to give us a second and a fourth next year plus the 3 picks. But the Texans do give us an 83, which helps us because I'm trying to get a pick at 90. And I'm also trying to get a pick at 66, which would be good. Because my first choice is going to be a 77. And we can move the 35 down. That's looking a little promising. Cards want to give me a 64 and a 96, which, I mean, the 64 I can use, but the 96, risky. Risky. Very risky. Because you miss your man at 70. Yeah, so I think we talked to the Texans. I like those. I like those choices. All right. Hmm. All right. So, granted, that's a first, a second, a third. Okay. That they're trying to give me. We currently have a first round pick, fourth round, fifth round, sixth round, right? That currently what we have. We don't have, yeah. Sixth round. Oh, okay. Sixth and a seventh. Got it. All right. So essentially, that is a first round pick, fourth round, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That's what we're dealing with here. All right. I would be willing to go 2 sevens for a 209. 209 is what round? Round 6? Because there's somebody I'm trying to get at 209. Around 200. I believe it's on defense, isn't it? Yep, Jordan Williams. Yeah, it's definitely Jordan Williams. Oh, Sheridan Jones sitting there. Corner. Safety. Okay. Alright. That's what we're dealing with then. Wow. Alright. Isaiah Polomeo, who is the cousin of Troy Polamalu, is sitting at 139. So what we want is a pick somewhere around that area. Just above 130 would be nice. To make sure that we get him. I think he's solid. He got trained by Troy himself, I heard. Yeah, we all know what Troy Polamalu was capable of back in the day. Let's not even pretend like we don't know. Oh boy. That dude was an animal. Okay, second round pick. I mean, I'm about it. I kind of want to. I kind of want to trade in that second round pick from next year and try to get a couple of picks this year. I feel like the Texans may not go for that though. Mm. But we need those picks for this year though. That's the thing. Oh wow. Um yeah, 2 7s for a 6, I think is a fair trade for this year. I'll move that second on down to a 4 because I want a 6 for next year. You know, I want a pair of 6s. That's what I want. Hmm. That could work. Done. That's a good deal. I like it. Happy with it? That is worth moving out of the first round for, in my opinion. I mean, yes, you give up a chance to get the Penn State offense tackle, but I mean, it's Penn State. You know, who's really going to take a Penn State offensive tackle that early? So that's my thing. Tyler went to the Chargers. Okay, the center. You got a Mississippi State offensive tackle going, number 16. Texas A&M guard. None of those guys really, excite me except for Evan Neal up in the top 10. Now, I say if we get a shot at Evan Neal, that's going to be a tough call. Do we trade out of the first round or will we take Evan Neal? Good. That's a real choice right there. I don't know, man. I don't know. Because I want an offensive tackle and I want to double up on tackle and guard. But I don't want to risk missing an offensive tackle from Alabama, though. That's big right there. That's real big. You may not get another shot at that. Because otherwise, you got to settle for 2 Georgia offensive tackles, maybe, or Wanya Morris from Oklahoma. And I mean, it's still good. Don't get me wrong, and you still got a shot at Emo. If you move down. The thing is, you miss Evan Neal, and that's a tackle that's going to last you for years, for at least a couple of years. I don't know. I don't know what I would do in that scenario. Should that happen to happen, later on, were that to happen, then we can definitely discuss it for sure. We'll do several mock drafts where we throw that in there, and you know, it is what it is. But ooh, excuse me. All right. All right. So again, we're still trying to move down to the no lower than 70. We've already got our 66 here, so we can start moving this one around. and do what we want with this second round pick. Now, realistically, I wouldn't recommend this once you've already traded down and you've gotten a second and third. I would not recommend doing this again. Trading down again. Unless you're targeting somebody specifically in the second round. In real life in NFL. In mocks, you can do whatever you want. Realistically. But real life, I wouldn't recommend it. Unless you are genuinely locked in on somebody in the third round, I wouldn't do it. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, this is the real one, and this is how things go. Because these players are going to go way before they're projected. A good chunk of them will. You got to get ahead of the system, or you're going to get behind. Okay, so we got the Bears offering us to go down 2, and they'll give us the third. I'm starting to like that pick. Starting to like that trade. Colts want us to trade down to 48 from 35, and they're going to give us an upgrade from a 5th to a 2nd next year. No. Bears, let's talk, man. I want a little bit more than that third. Can I trade that in for a 145? That'd be nice. Can I do that? Will you guys let me do that? 145 is third round, right? Let me just double check. That's around 5. Okay. I see. Alright, so a 70 is... Okay, a 70 is around 3. Got it. So we need to ask for the 70. Roger. Roger Dodger. That's an even trade for me. 30 and the 70? Absolutely. Oh, come on, man. If you're going to give me a third, I got to have something in return, man. Alright, I'll tell you what. 145, 148. In exchange for the third. That's 2 5s. 2 5s for a third. That's an even value for me. Yes. Done. For 2 spots, done. Easily. That's money right there. Alright. Okay. First offer, Falcons want me to trade down to a 42. They want my third round pick for next year for a 63. Afraid I can't do that. Although that does give me trading options. That would give me trading options with the 63, though. So if I do this, it would be first round, second round, fourth, fifth, sixth for 2023. Oh, wow. I don't know about this one. Oof. Hmm. I can't get on board with that. I can't. I can't. That's just too much to ask for. All right. I need more. I need more in return. You got to give me more in return. All right. So the Bucks want me to move down to 88 from the 37. They're going to give me a second, third, and fourth. Ooh, okay. Let's talk, man. Let's talk. I like this. That's a good starting negotiations point right there. Because the second, third, and fourth are worth a lot. They want this pick bad. Okay. What are you willing to give me for this?